Hey, it was that boss we never see because I always skip him. Hey, everybody. So, following the stream I did a while back of Chrono Trigger, I got the absolutely basic normal ending, and we got the Dream Team ending immediately afterwards. And I said eventually I'd do another stream to follow up and do the rest of the endings. So that's what I'm going to do now. Effectively, I'm going to kind of blitz through the game. Probably skip most of the dialogue and whatnot. Oh, I didn't even trigger this yet. I'll give, like, cliff notes of what's happening in the story as it happens. But, yeah, I'm just going to try to get the rest of the endings, because the endings of Chrono Trigger, there are 13 total. And 12 of them are in the original edition. The 13th one is exclusive to the DS and higher versions, being the DS, the PS1, and the PC versions, and the mobile version. We don't talk about the mobile version. But yeah, I'm going to get the 12 endings in the normal one, and depending on how much time is left once I'm done with that, I may go boot up the PC version and do that ending. Because that ending requires a lot of things that the endings in this one do not. Which is effectively, you have to be around level 99 to even stand a chance against the final boss. You have to have the stats you can control maxed out. You have to have some of the best gear in the game, etc. Because the boss is literally stronger than Ocean Palace Lavos. So depending on time, we'll see if I have the time to do the 13th ending. But also depending on time is if this is going to be 1 or 2 streams. Also, hey, Fetched. Like I said, I'm just going to skip through dialogue. I'm going to blitz the story to get to the points where we unlock the endings, and I'll explain like the conditions to unlock each ending as we get to it and whatnot, so you guys understand why we get whatever ending and what it's about. The first ending we're going to get requires us to first... Because if I try to beat Lavos at any point before going to 600 AD for the first time, you get the Dream Team ending, which we already saw in the previous stream. After going to 600 AD and immediately after coming back, you go beat Lavos then, and you get a new ending. Which is the first one we're going to get. So I'm just going to blitz through 600 AD here and just save Marl super quick, save Lean, etc. All that really happens here is, due to the material that Marl's pendant is made out of, Luca's machine malfunctions and she's thrown into a time portal. So we decide to take the pendant and follow her and find out what the hell happened. And it's just Luca and her father arguing, but they have no idea what happened. I should have tried to do Candy Skip again. I got it once on the last stream, but I didn't realize that it was Marl's little dialogue was still active. This is also going to go a lot faster than a normal playthrough because I'm using a New Game Plus, which means I have all the best gear in the game, and all of my skills, and all of my levels. So I am grossly overpowered for anything I come across. Should actually make beating Lavos fairly quick, too. Hopefully, anyway. Alright, try to leave. 3 imps to ambush us. Then I just go down here and go, Lit 2. And the fight's over. There's going to be a lot of lightning too, a lot of flare / fire too, depending. That's going to happen just to clear the screen of monsters real fast, as needed. This one I'm just going to kill normally because Chrono's meter fills so fast. Killing 2 people with a crit is actually faster than using lightning too. But if there's 3 or more monsters, then you rely on lightning. Alright. So the story here, in summary, is we go to the castle to try to find out what happened. We run into Marley, who mysteriously disappears, and then we go to the cathedral shortly after that. I'm also going to grab the shelter just because it's free. So you navigate the forest, navigate around all the event triggers that would start fights. Come here. They comment about asking if you're one of Magus's troops, but they go, hey, no one in Magus's army would have that kind of hair. Marl comes down and comments. Even though Marl's being referred to as the queen at this point because Lean went missing and then Marl suddenly showed up, and being the queen's descendant, they're like, oh, queen, you're back. And she's like, what? Okay. She's gonna head up to her room, trigger the fading existence event, and then go to the cathedral. Hey, Regals, how you doing? Oh no, the music is quieting down. How ominous. Marl's just recapping that when she showed up, everyone started referring to her as lean, and she was afraid because she didn't know where she was and she was alone, but now you're here, and then, oh no. And then the teal filter strikes. And that is the fading existence event. Marl disappears, we're left at a loss for what happened, and as we leave this area and head back into the main area, Luca will show up and explain, oh yeah, I made a key that lets me open time gates. That's why I'm here. By the way, that's the princess from our time. Oh wait, no, the key doesn't get explained until we go back, I think. This is just her explaining, yeah, that girl's actually the princess from our time. That's why they confused her with the queen and called off the search. Oh no, we have to sit through the event, don't we? The little cutscene, yep. So this is an explanation of how reproduction and timelines work. The queen simply bows nicely and then baby comes out. Though this is 400, the thing is, this is 400 years in the past. This would require, for the lineage to look like this, it would require each mother having their daughter around age 90 to 100. Because that lineage should be like 12 people long if you're averaging like age 35 for them having their daughter. Yep, so since we never saved Lean because Marl showed up, the queen was never saved, so Marl ceased to exist. Which is actually part of what plays into the first ending we're going to unlock. Part of me kind of wishes we had the DS version, because the DS version, as you do each ending, will actually unlock special features. Like maps of the area, music, explanations of the ending, how to get them and what they mean, stuff like that. Unfortunately, those are not in the original version, nor are they in the PC version, which is kind of funny. They're only in the DS and PS1 versions. As the nuns tell you effectively, oh, there's nothing weird going on here, and then you find a Guardia Royal crest pinned on the ground, and you're like, hey, wait a minute. And they're like, shit, we've been found. And then Chrono blasts lightning all over the room and everyone dies. Luca comments, or Luca almost gets hit by a Nugget. Or gets hit by a Nugget. Glenn shows up. Luca comments on how she's a xenophobe towards frogs. He offers to join us if we're looking for the queen, because he realized that Marl isn't actually the queen. Go with the frog. I'm just gonna use the default names for this because I named them Glenn and whatever in the previous version, so. I still have my correct save. One of the great advantages is being at level 40 plus right now, as we are. I don't have to do a single combat that I don't have to. Chrono Blaster does. It's true. Chrono does love blasting lightning everywhere. You need... Magic is not maxed, so... Didn't I have a magic seal? Did I never pick up the magic seal? Huh, guess I didn't. Oh, sunshades for you then. Oh, right, I didn't save one of his weapons. No. Actually, no, you don't... Oh yeah, you can get a prison helm, right. Because we're not gonna... we're actually not gonna pick up Magus in this run. Specifically because we got Magus in the previous run. So we'll just walk around these monsters. I'm not even going to bother getting the tabs or the items or the Nugget Bromide because I want to do this as fast as possible. Okay, go down this way so I don't wake up the hench on the other side. Accidentally bump into the bat. It doesn't matter. These will still go fairly quickly. Even with Glenn not having his weapon yet. It's weird because I usually do save one of Glenn's weapons to carry over because Glenn's best weapon is the upgraded Masamune. But since the Masamune is a story item, it does not carry over. Wait, wasn't this the one? Yeah. Oh wait, because the slide down you can't go back. And so I always carry over a secondary weapon for him, but I guess I didn't this time. Which is fine, because he's rarely ever in my group anyway. I don't even use him when Chrono's gone. Alright. 5-person battle. Chrono lightning ended all. Play the organ again to reveal the next secret passage, and then we have 2 more rooms before the boss? Maybe 1 more? I think it's 1 more. Right around this, go south. So the reason I dip into this area is because the event trigger for the combat is along this rug and it spills a little bit out into the tiles. So dipping into that pretty much guarantees I won't trigger the combat. Then you cut to the left to make sure they don't run into you. Then it's boss time. There is a bug you can exploit here. Well, a double bug, I should say. You exploit something called Save Anywhere that allows you to save on any screen until the next time you see a save point on screen. And then you use that by stepping past the cutscene trigger in this room, saving and reloading, and it completely skips this boss fight entirely. I would have done it, except I'm not very good at the Save Anywhere cutscene skip, so we're just going to do this the still admittedly pretty fast way of just killing him with a single attack. Alright, Queen saved. We return to the castle, leaving the Chancellor behind, which I do in every playthrough always because fuck the Chancellor. They all celebrate the Queen being back, then we go find Marl, restructuring herself into reality up in the Queen's room. Frog just laments that the queen was kidnapped in the first place and he failed to protect her. So he's gonna go off and think about what he's done. And we're just like, yeah, whatever, man. See you later. And Marley, or Marl, or whatever you call her, Nadia restructs into reality. She describes not existing as somewhere cold and dark and empty. And then we tip our hand and we know she's the princess. You wouldn't have shown me the fair, right? Yeah, you're right. We wouldn't have. So what's funny is she says she likes Marl better than Princess anyway. She doesn't mention better than Nadia, because it's possible for you to name her Nadia with the amount of letters given. So that dialogue actually makes sense for her to say Princess instead of Nadia, just in case. Also, there's a dialogue event that happens if you touch Frog's sprite, but if you dodge around the side, you don't get the event, which is pretty much what I'm doing since this isn't a full story playthrough. Quick way out. Now we just head back up the mountain, head back to the fair, and we will get our first alternate ending after fighting Lavos. Since we now actually have 3 people on the team, it's faster to just mash through 3 enemies, since all 3 of them can just take them out in one shot. This is where Luca explains she created something she calls the gate key that allows her to open rips in time, which is how she got here after we went through. It effectively lets her exploit gates to her will, like a god. I might be yawning a bit. I barely got any sleep the past few days, so a little tired. Right? Once we head back through, Luca's gonna leave the group. I'm gonna step outside and save real quick because we're effectively gonna want to make a save before we beat Lavos for 2 reasons. 1, let's us continue from where we left off, and 2, lets me just mash items out. Like, Mega Elixirs, who gives a shit? I'm gonna get them back after the fight anyway because we just saved. Luca says she has stuff to do at home, so she leaves. Marl's like, hey, take me home, please. And then we go, oh wait, we forgot to... Oh no, I did equip Marl. Sweet. So she's got all her stuff ready for the fight. So I'm going to step out, save, and then we're going to turn around and go to the telepod to fight Lavos. Weirdly enough, even though not much has really changed from before we went to 300 or 600 AD to back, this does give you a different ending despite the fact you're only fighting with Chrono and Marl, which is the same thing that would happen if I had gone to the telepod before. Alright, now we fight Lavos. So the first few incarnations of this ending are going to... Actually, I think this is the only one. Is we're going to have to fight Lavos' shell twice. Once this time, because we have to fight it at least once to kill the shell. But since this is before the bucket in the end of time, we'll actually have to fight it again for the next ending, but then we can leave, save that the shell's been killed, and then come back and not fight it in the future. I effectively just want to spam Ice Sword 2 for these fights. It's the highest damaging attack that they have together that utilizes both of them. Frenzy at this point would do about 1,600 damage, and Marl attacking alone would do Oh, that is a lot of damage. Normal attacking alone would do about 800. So this is better collectively for their MP use. Oh, well, Marl's dead. Revive her, and hopefully he doesn't do obstruction zone before I get another item off. But like I said, burn him if you got him, because we're going to be getting him back anyway. Please don't needle... Okay. Needle spinning Chrono's fine. He's got way more HP. Yeah, it should be 3 or 4 Ice Swords to get through this phase. Now we should be fine to hit him with 2 more before anyone goes down. Is that it? That's it. 4 Ice Swords. So you do not get a exit or a save point at this point until you come in through the bucket. So despite the fact this not being the ultimate ending, this is just a normal side ending, you still aren't given the ability to save after beating him. Because technically, the save point that appears here is tied to the gate that appears here as well, being here, and this gate takes you back to the end of time. So if you haven't visited the end of time yet, the gate doesn't appear, which is on the same flag as the save point, so you don't get either. Just make sure everyone's topped off. I want to double check their equipment real quick. Magic Seal, Prism Specs. Anything I could do to make you die less? Actually, instead of Moon Armor, I give him the Red Mail. No. I was thinking about getting him the Red Mail because the Blazing Hell attack that Lavos has is fire-based, and that's his strongest attack in the second phase. But his Dreamless attack in the third phase is untyped magic, and so having the higher magic defense overall is better in the long run. And this will also be the only time we fight him with 2 people. So this will get insanely easier once we can bring Luca along with us. So for now, however, we're not going to be using Ice Sword yet. I'm just going to be... God, Lavos is actually just in Perfect Cell. Yeah, pretty much. And he does the exact same thing, too. When you beat this version, he turns into Perfect Cell. So we're actually going to haste for this one because this is going to take a lot more than 4 Ice Swords to finish. Also, just incredible fucking music. Okay, so haste. I'm going to use a turn to tonic myself because Chrono is low. And then we'll just start Ice Sword 2ing like usual. The main reason I'm not using Luminaire, despite there being 3 targets or any real AoE attack, is because while you can AoE the 2 arms, AoEing the body is almost completely pointless because the body will just be healed by the left arm, and it has a super high defense until you've destroyed both arms. So right now we're just trying to destroy the left and right arm before they get a chance to use... So there's the heal to the body that would pretty much reverse anything I did to it. But both arms also have the ability to break seal. And that is an ability I do not want to see because that removes our ability to resist status effects. Oh, there it is. So Chrono can now be hit with any status effect in the game. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but that status effect is bad because the second attack the body does once he's unlocked is Chaos. And chaos is the confusion of the game. Oh boy. Let's just fuck it. Mega Elixir. Okay, Chrono used the Mega Elixir, so that's fine. This one should kill the left arm, I think. If not, then one more will do it in. There we go. At least Marley's still immune to statuses. If both people got confused, it would be an issue. Alright, and then that's engaging main body. So now the body starts doing its attacks. Come on. It'll start with, I believe, the fire attack, or does it start with obstacle? Might start with obstacle, in which case I'm gonna have to have Marley, okay. I'm gonna have to have Marley cure Chrono's chaos. Too many C words. Well, at least Chrono decided to attack Lavos first. I'll take it. Heal. So we should be able to kill him before he ever does obstacle again at this point. But yeah, that's real bad if he hits Marley. Shadow Slay is poison. Poison is a joke in Chrono Trigger. You can utterly ignore it. And Chrono didn't even get hit with poison, so that's hilarious. Flame Battle is just a single target flame attack. It is unfortunately the marker that he is getting ready to use his ultimate attack, though, which is the Gates of Hell. Come on. There it is. Shadow Doom Blaze. Please tell me we survived it. Oh yeah, we're fine. I'll just make Elixir again, because I'm out of MP anyway. Assuming this doesn't push into the next phase. It didn't. Evil Emanation puts his defense down. Evil Emanation happens right after he does the Shadow Doom Blaze. This might do it, actually. Nope, one more then. One or two more at least. I think this form only has like 18,000 HP or something. So we're knocking out a sixth of his HP. Yeah, okay. We're knocking out like a sixth of his HP each time. Oh no. He absorbed the androids and became Perfect Cell. So this dialogue changes depending on which characters you have with you. All of them pretty much comment on the same thing, is that he has been absorbing DNA of creatures on the planet and guiding their evolution since he landed in 65 million BC and has become the perfect organism. i.e. cell. So, now you just need to stop that. So we're going to use Frenzy on this dude. The reason I don't Ice Sword the left one is because the left one absorbs any elemental attack done to it. So you actually have to Frenzy it to kill it. With the Prism Specs, that should... Yep. So with the Prism Specs, that should kill him in one go. Random status doesn't matter because protection is intact again since it's a new fight. So as soon as that... There it is. So this is the real boss. Despite the big perfect Lavos there, he also evolved to be duplicious. The right core is the real Lavos. The center one is simply a vestigial extension of himself. Okay. We pretty much have to stay on top of keeping our HP up because I'm pretty sure Grandstone and Dreamless will do 500 damage minimum, given that I'm not super high level. I'm only like level 40 something. So we have to keep everybody above 500 whenever possible. And it looks like we're about to be hit with Dreamless, so... Or is that that might be the dance one. Yep. And effectively, to keep his defense down as long as possible and make sure our status defense does not drop, anytime this boy comes back, we just immediately get rid of him again. We don't even give him a turn. Oh, this is Dreamless, okay. Oh no, he's hitting us with 3D. Our brains can't process 3D. Oh, I did less than I thought it would. That's good. I know Grandstone will still do massive amount of damage though. I should have probably used haste. It's a little late now. We're almost halfway through the fight, but remember that for the future. Well, I guess not, because I accidentally used Confused, so might as well do it then. Okay, yeah, so it's going to put its defense up, and then immediately drop its defense again, because the Lavos bit is dead already. Let's take the turn to put that haste up. There goes its defense again. There's an sword 2. I need to pay attention to what's happening in the background, because the background determines what attack the center bit is going to use. And if it turns into Prehistoria, that means he's about to use Grandstone, which means it's healing time. Nope, can't have that. Actually, screw it. I'll just use the main elixir anyway, because Chrono's out of MP either way. Okay, nice sword again. I think there's 2 or 3 hits left in this sword. So it's either this one or the next one should kill it. The reason I keep flipping in and out of my menus like that is because since this is a wait time battle, as long as I'm inside of a menu, he can't take us to it. So I'm trying to like beat the ATB as best as I can, but also his defense is not up. There we go. Defense is down. This should do it? Unless I missed him. Oh, right, I used a frenzy in there when I wasn't supposed to. I'm honestly surprised I've been beating his clock out so much for the time warp. He hasn't used his attack yet. And there it goes. If I hadn't missed that frenzy, it would have been over an attack earlier. So this is the successor of Guardia. Look at all those locations we never visited. So, effectively in this ending, everything plays out like it normally would if you came back from 600 AD, except when you start talking to people. We're in disguises again, are we? You start hearing frog noises. I do like that some of these endings are interactive. Oh, that dialogue's the same. That dialogue's the same. Skies again, are we? Something doesn't look right. Let's return to the castle. Father, what's wrong with the townspeople? Where have you been, Nadia? First, calm down. And why those clothes? Don't keep saying that. What do you mean? What are you babbling about? You don't need to keep dressing that way. But just in time, we found this 400-year-old wedding album in our treasury. No, apparently she's got a frog in her throat. Marl? No, tell me you didn't. Yep, the fair just for me. So yeah, this ending is about going through the family history. Why frog? Oh, you're gonna find out why frog. Because shortly after saving Queen Lean and leaving Frog in the castle, Frog apparently found some courage he never had before, and yeah, secretly Sonic 06 with Frog. Pretty much, yeah. So Frog, it's not known what happened to the king, but Frog ends up marrying the queen, and yeah. Marl's effectively descended from Frog now. No, this can't be. Hence why everyone is Froggy. Alright. The next ending will be after we reach the end of time, but before we leave. Hello? Hello, game. Are you not going to, Oh, well. I guess I'll just reset it myself. Alright. We continue on where we left off and go towards the next ending. Fights in this area are actually easier to avoid than 600 AD because most of the enemies are on screen. Because you're actually intended to come here the first, like, as soon as you start the game, they expect you to wander around and go into the forest. So they put all the enemies you're going to fight visually in the field, so you can run into them and fight them. Whereas in 600 AD, all the fight triggers are hidden. So you're expected to stumble across it and get into fights, so it learns, oh, sometimes you won't see the enemies that are going to attack you, blah, blah, blah. Effectively, what's happening here is you return with Marl. Everyone's like, the princess ran away and disappeared, so you clearly had to have kidnapped her. And so you're brought to trial to stand for kidnapping the princess. When I did this in the previous playthrough, when we did the story run, I got an innocent verdict. So what we're going to do this time is we're just going to be like a complete scumbag. I'll stop skipping when we get to the stuff that actually changes when you act like a scumbag. Yep. Now you're going to be roasted by both the Chancellor and your lawyer Pierre, depending on the actions you took while at the Millennial Fair. I probably should have pulled Marl's arm while I was there too. because that is what pulling her arm and eating the guy's lunch are two things that can get you guilty verdicts.
Who actually started this whole mess?
Why, I did. I just plowed her down as soon as I saw her in the court.
Just as I suspected, the defendant deliberately tried to get near the princess.
That scene looks exactly the same regardless of what you say. However, some of the scenes do change. Now they're going to try prove the proof of your character. But ransom, Chrono, her fortune did tempt you, did it not? Oh yeah, I wanted that royal treasury so bad.
So you admit it? Nothing more, Your Honor.
Ah, I screwed it up. Okay. Oh, there's another guilty event I didn't do. That's why that happened. If you say no and then just a little bit, it shows a scene of after you hit Marl. If you grab her pendant before talking to her, which was after the point where my save continued, it actually shows Chrono looking around and then sneaking the pendant. And then if you talk to Melchior at any time when Nadia is with you, he'll actually ask to buy the pendant, to which you can say yes or no. And if you say yes, this also comes up in this trial, where they're like, you tried to get her to sell the pendant for money, didn't you? Which is actually a really good touch, because
that's not something I discovered until I was much older, that gets held against you.
No, we still got the innocent verdict. Mostly because I didn't go out of my way to be a scumbag at the fair. Because I'm pretty sure those three guys on the side are grab the pendant first, eat the man's lunch, and try to sell the pendant. Because the second juror, the second innocent one on the upper right, is the cat girl's juror. If you bring the girl her cat back, but due to a bug, he's a 50-50% chance of going either way, even if you help her. So he's the RNG juror. This dialogue's actually slightly longer if you're guilty, or if you're not guilty, because the chancellor either way says you're here to be executed. But if you're not guilty, the supervisor goes, wait, I didn't care about an execution. What are you talking about? Versus, if you're guilty, he goes, yep, execution, let's do this. And then you're just carried off. Also, the last time I did this, I did the wait to escape after 3 days. We're just going to bust our way out of here. It's because it's a lot faster in this one. Get MP. Yeah, some sympathizers about that stuff. Gives you you only get this if you got the innocent verdict. You get ethers based on how innocent you were. Just make some noise, piss off the guards. Yep, come on. So if you want to leave early and not wait for the execution to happen, just approach this guard after he knocks you into the wall and knock him out. And the other guard will be like, oh, god damn it. And you fight him. You can just break out early. Far faster method than waiting for the 3 days, obviously. However, it also means... Oh, and I think I showed this off in the story run, but there is a 5-pixel gap with these guys where you can just walk past them because their hitboxes are so small.
Prisoners escaping!
Like before, if there's 2 or less enemies, it's faster to just mash your way through an attack than use Lit 2 because of how long it takes the spell effect to resolve. Let's keep going. So at this point, since Luca didn't break us out, these guards are still active, so you can actually run up and knock them out yourself. and loot them for mid tonics. If Luca had broken you out, these guys would already be unconscious. Come on, turn away. Yeah, you can sneak up on him and knock him out. Which is a nice little thing. Like, I'm glad they put that in there. It's a good little mechanic if you can figure it out. More shields to move by. Nope, other way. There we go. You can't knock these guys out. They attack you no matter what. And then you'll meet Luca in the next room rather than having her save you. Come in here, the guy's like, oh god, he's escaping, I need to go tell somebody. And then... Luca! I've come to save you. Gee, looks like you didn't even help after all. Let's blow this joint. So if you come up here after Luca saved you, he's just unconscious in the same place, but already unconscious once you arrive here. Okay, we're full up. Right, so all that note on the ground says is the dragon tank, which is the next boss we're going to be fighting, is built to be immune to lightning and fire. That doesn't really mean much when you come through here the first time, because Chrono does not allow to have his light magic, and Luca does have flamethrower, but it's more of a reference to if you're new game plusing this, you cannot use magic on this thing, which is obviously not an issue because we have such strong physical gear anyway. So now we just smash our way through and kill everything one by one. Body's dead, head's dead. Wheels are dead. We win. Chrono gets his little hero moment. We just escape the castle. Escaping! Stop! Nadia comes down in her dress rather than the queen's and effectively commands them to stop because she's the princess and they have to listen to her. And then the Chancellor comes down and is like, hey, I have more authority than you do. Capture him. And the king comes down and he's like, stop acting like... He eventually calls her a spoiled princess and she needs to act more like a princess and not like a human. And he effectively blames her leaving the castle as to why she's suddenly rebellious and not listening to him, despite, you know, being a middle-aged teenager who's led a almost completely sheltered life. Yeah, clearly it's going outside that was the problem. So we're chased into a clearing to the right here, which will be our next time gate. This will send us to the future. I've never actually been able to establish, like, this scene in particular is interesting in that I've never been able to establish if people can see the time rifts themselves. Like, can you see that little tear in the ground or something? Because it seems like they notice them sometimes, but sometimes they don't. And so it's like, can they visually see them? Is it the gate key that lets them see it for some reason? Does Luca just have the part of the gate key just, like, start freaking out if there's a gate nearby? Like, the way they gathered around it makes me think they can actually see it. But they never actually explicitly say they can see it. So, who knows? keep this door with this seal in mind because you're going to see it again later. Alright. So if you go south, there's a shop and effectively a restore option down there for like an inn. There we go, I got it. So you can thread between those craters. I think at this point I may just start running from combat because it may still be faster than waiting for stuff to resolve. And I really don't need the experience. I am going to be pulling out pretty much every trick I know to avoid certain boss fights and...
Oh, damn it, that was too early.
Yep. So you use that rat and let it steal a tonic, because while the dialogue is on screen, you can run past this fight trigger and completely skip the fight.
But I didn't get it. I had the item stolen too early, so I didn't get the skip. And this one, you just go outside here.
There's just this rat down here.
I forget if you can pass these shadows. Yes, you can.
And if you walk by that mutant, he will not trigger because he's asleep. Same thing for this one. Running will trigger them, walking will not. So our next story event is in here. You effectively tell these people you came across the ruins, and everyone's like, holy shit, someone crossed the ruins? Because almost nobody can do it. I believe you do have to talk to him at least once. Of course. So now we go down here and we promise them, yeah, we'll go find the food that's been locked back here that you can't get. So, it's called controls password, you need a password. The password is holding both shoulder buttons and pushing A, but even if you know the password, you can't do it until you've caught the rat in this area, which requires you to do the boss first. Kind of. Asterix on doing the boss, though, because we're not going to do it. So this is the boss room. I'm going to step out here. I am going to go over here. And I'm going to rebind a control. And that is, I'm going to change menu to use Y instead of X. And the reason for that... Come on. Oh, you... That's not what I wanted. Put that back to A. Thank you. And the reason we change... The reason we're changing menu to Y instead of X, I'll explain after I show off this bug as well. Hold on. So what I'm doing, or at least trying to do apparently, is something called the fade out bug, which is you enter a transition to exit an area, which causes the fade out to happen to try to transition you, and then you run towards a cutscene trigger. And what ends up happening is when you hit the cutscene trigger, you'll know when they get knocked aside. There we go. So yeah, this transition fade out here, you can interrupt it, bringing up the menu, and then you carry that transition until you hit the cutscene trigger, and effectively it skips the cutscene completely. In this case, it skips a complete boss fight that's really annoying, even if, well, I would have one-shot it with my current group, but I just wanted to show off the cutscene skip. And effectively, it skips the cutscene and then transitions you back out of the room. I'm going to be abusing that quite a few times to skip some bosses or some cutscenes. Because most of this is... Oh, wait. You have to check this guy first, because if you don't, the rat will not come to life and you cannot catch it and you cannot get the password. But yeah, the guy's dead and the food's all rotted, so... Oh, well. So now... Just have to catch this dude. Tell me I'm gonna fucking miss it. Got him. You actually do have to catch him as well. You can't just have him run around and then do it. You have to learn the password in order to unlock this. Oh yeah. And the reason I rebound the keys here
is because only in that one room where that the boss we skipped was, the menu button works as a debug button. And what it does is it effectively calls a test fight against 4 robots. Because that room was used for the combat testing when the game was being developed. And they forgot to disable the X button to call combat shortcut. So if you try to use the fade out bug using the default menu button, which is X, you end up just triggering a fight instead of being able to debug. So we're going to do it again here to skip a rather lengthy cutscene. Well, one of 2 cutscenes anyway. You can't skip the second one, but you can skip the first one doing this. Because it's effectively, this is a huge... There we go. If you hear the music skip. Oh yeah, and Luca and Marl will now clip into the console. Because we skipped the first cutscene and their positioning. Their positioning updates to where they're supposed to be. Oh, let me get past this static sound. Okay. Their positioning updates to where their position's supposed to be post-cutscene. But since the cutscene hasn't happened and the flag didn't occur, the flags to turn the console's tile to below instead of above never gets flipped. So so the flag is still above them, thus their sprites are covered. Effectively, the reason why they're flipping out is because this is where you find out that Lavos destroys the world in 1999. That's the cutscene we skipped is, oh, the day of Lavos, and he comes and destroys the world, and this is the future that they end up in. You also find out that the next time gate is in the Protodome, which is to the east of where we are currently. But yeah, we skipped about, I want to say 5 minutes of cutscenes with that, which is why I did it. As far as I can remember, that's the only cutscene skip you do. The rest of the skips are boss skips. One of which we're not even going to bother doing because I'm not going to do the faded hour stuff. So when somebody's right degrees, I think kill Lavos. Well, technically Lavos' attack, the date is actually confirmed by, if you bring Robo into the bucket version of the fight, Robo confirms that the attack happens on April 24th at April 19th at 1:24 p.m. of 1999. So unfortunately, Lavos beats out Y2K by 6 months. This cutscene, he just mentions, you guys are different from us. And they're like, that's because we're healthy and not dying. And he's like, oh, then stay healthy. And he gives you the bike key to operate the jet bike, which is a mini game where you race against Johnny. We're going to do the race because it's way, way faster than navigating the lab. Sewer access, we will not actually be... No, we do have to do it. Okay. It's part of the epoch, I forgot. So, the special thing about this one is we're not going to be saving Chrono. Because none of the endings require Chrono. And by not saving Chrono, we actually get to show off the alternate version of the ending that you get instead if you have everyone that we did on the story run. So this is Johnny. He's a speed fiend. Yes, I do know how to ride Johnny. So we're just going to let him get ahead for most of the race because I don't care about my score at all. Effectively what we're going to do is near the end of the race, we're going to cut out from behind him, get in front, and then just hit a boost to keep us ahead when we cross the goal. What you're supposed to do in this race is effectively stay in front of Johnny like he was doing to us. Effectively keep him behind you as much as possible. And then you get score based on that, effectively. But there we go.
Yep, sorry, Johnny. Johnny's a good sport about it, though. He's like, ah, you won. You know, you can challenge me anytime. Alright. So this is Protodome. This is where we get our time portal. Well, we would, if it wasn't for the fact we still have another mini dungeon to do. So this is Debugger. He will fight you no matter what when you come here. However, his friends in the... Actually, there's only 3 of them, so we can just attack for this. His friends in the next area over do not fight you, similar to the mutants, unless you run. If you only walk, their sensors are actually broken to the point where they will not sense you if you're walking. These guys up here. Okay, here's Robo. Effectively, this is just us discovering a humanoid robot. Luca's like, hey, I can fix this. I can fix this technology that's from 1,300 years in the future. Which is summarily incredibly impressive that someone of her age can fix technology almost twice her timeline's age on the fly. It just kind of shows how much of a genius she actually is. It's like someone from medieval ages fixing a cell phone. This is him being proper and introducing himself and calling everyone Miss and Madam, and they're like, no honoraries. Just call us by our names. He's like, hey, give me a name. And we're just like, yeah, you're Robo, you're a robot. Fuck it. The discussion continues on. They're like, hey, last time I was activated, there was actually a lot of humans, and I have no idea what happened. And everything kind of went to shit while he was powered down. So he's now telling us we have to go to the lab, get the generator running again, and someone has to stay behind, push the door open once the generator's running. We always take Luca, even in the normal playthrough, we would take Luca, because having Fire Whirl is incredibly helpful for the next boss. But that's not really going to be a problem since this is New Game Plus. Also, I just like Luca better. So none of these fights can be run away from, unfortunately. Thankfully, I think I'm strong enough to actually outright kill these guys. Yep. Acids have 11 HP and alkalines have 7. But they also have an insanely high defense, as illustrated by Chrono hitting him for 32 damage, even though he can hit anything else for about 1,300. At a certain point, you can actually brute force pretty much everything. So unfortunately, I don't think Luca or Robo is strong enough to one-shot these. So I'm just going to rely on magic to do it. Hatch open. I should probably give Robo his good gear. You can use a... Do I have a second power seal? I do. There we go. Nairo was a force of nature. Not that this is going to matter much, because he's not even involved in the next boss fight. Yeah, case in point. Chrono can do 100 damage to one of those things with a crit. Luca did 2. However, thankfully, after
this dungeon and the next boss is when we access the end of time, and we get the ability to break the shell permanently and make the subsequent endings a lot faster to get. So we'll just have to come back to the end of time and go fight just the heart and core of Lavos. Fun fact, stepping in these little puddles will start a fight. If you don't step in the puddles, the alkalines and acids will not drop down. This fight is mandatory though. So, oh, that is almost... that's okay. So what drops down from the ceiling when these guys show up is completely RNG. You can get 5 greens, you can get 5 reds, you can get this combination of the two. That combination can be really bad in a normal playthrough, because if an acid and an alkaline are close to each other, they do a counterattack that effectively creates an explosion that just kind of fucks you up. Is the hatch open? Yes. I was debating taking the hatch or the elevator. The hatch is faster. Oh yes. Put in the password. Codename Zabby. Zabby is a reference to the fact that the password is XABY on a SNES controller. Well, the generator is operational. Security system's starting to happen. I do like that they had him, like, fire out of the door spinning in that scene, and Chrono, like, reacts like, holy shit! Alright, avoid the puddles, so you don't want to get in combat. Boss time! So, this is kind of interesting in that it's the only cutscene in the game that you can move in. Not yet, but there we go. Once Robo gets punched, due to the way that Robo's sprite is moved, it actually unlocks your sprite as well. And lets you just freely kind of move around the area. And it lets you run into them, which will knock you back. There's even that dialogue from Robo that's, no, these are my brothers, that happens if you try to run in and save them. Yeah, that dialogue's exclusive to running in and trying to save him. So this boss fight is why it's super good to take Luca with you instead of Marl, because on a normal playthrough, you'd only have effectively Fire Whirl at this point, but 2 Fire Whirls will take out 3 of them. So 4 Fire Whirls just wins the game. However, now, single Fire 2 will do it as well. Okay, now we start the long, arduous cutscene of dragging Robo back. I believe this is the only cutscene in the game that uses the overworld like this, which is kind of interesting. Like, I don't count Robo working Fiona's fields as a cutscene because
you have full agency there, and he's always there after you drop him off. That one is a traditional cutscene where you get to watch them going across the overworld. The discussion there was Luca just asking Robo, what do you plan to do now that your purpose has been served and you're up and running, but there's nothing to do? And he's like, you know what? I'm going to go with you. Let's go save the planet. And we all get in the gate. Something goes wrong with the gate. Damn it, Marl, I told you not to bring that pendant. And we end up in the end of time. So this is kind of interesting, and this is the only point in the game where you have 4 people in your party. And what's more interesting, and the reason I'm kind of cycling around the fence here, is that you can see that Marl and Luca, being the second and third party members, are coded to follow you correctly like a party member would, but Robo has like kind of erratic movement and follows at a different distance because the game's not designed for him to follow you like a party member would. He uses the logic that the cat from the Millennia Fair uses, in that he just tries to follow the closest entity to him in a direct line. So if I was to cross over like this, he doesn't follow their path, he just runs towards Luca. Huh! I never knew you could reset his sound by going between these sections. Never knew about that. Alright. Hey, old man. So he effectively asks who we all are and explains the reason why we ended up here is because time gates can only handle 3 travelers at a time. The convoluted method as to why we're only allowed to have 3 party members. If more than 3 people ever step into a time gate, you end up at the point of least time resistance, which is the end of time, which is here. Okay, we try to leave. He says, hey, wait a minute. And then we go to the door behind him. Meet Specchio. So normally this would be our opportunity to learn magic. When you get here, he teaches Chrono lightning, Marl ice, and Luca fire. But since we already have everything, it doesn't really matter. So starting at the door, you have to walk around the room, and actually around the room, if you cut a corner or you hit the door wrong or whatever, it doesn't count. So walk to the door 3 times, and then talk to him again. No. So his appearance is dependent on Chrono's level. The weakest he can be is a frog, which is Chrono from anywhere level 1 to 8. I think his grunt form is 9 to 14 or something like that. And then he goes up from there to a Killwalla, to something else, to that Masamune form, to eventually at 99 he's a new. So it's ending time. So this will be our way of activating or reaching Lavos from here on out, is using this gate, this bucket gate. So reaching the end of time, but not going to learn about Tada, which is the next story event, is how you get another ending. This is also where the last time we will be fighting the shell, because once we kill the shell, we will actually turn around and leave and save it. So every subsequent fight with Lavos will no longer involve the shell. When I was a kid and I saw that come out of the ground, all I saw was like a screaming face. Like, now that I'm older, I'm like, oh no, it's the shell and the spikes and stuff, but like, all I saw was like a mouth screaming, and then like two of the spikes looked like eyes and stuff. But there's just this giant spiked head coming out of the ground. I was a stupid child. Okay, so this is a special little sequence he does if you attack him from the bucket, is which he forces you into a bunch of a boss rush, effectively. And what we're going to do is just exploit the shit out of the fact that we're overleveled for this. Dragon Tank is immune to lightning and fire. He is not immune to ice. That's some damage. This is the boss we just skipped in 2300 AD. Because this will give you an idea of how... In fact, I didn't really need to skip it, but I just wanted to show off the thing. That kills the bits, Chrono kills the main body. Wow, they're doing a lot less damage than I expected. I'm surprised Chrono got a second turn. There we go. Maybe it was worth skipping for the sake of time. So that's the next major boss we're going to be fighting after Lavos. Well, after we get this ending, I mean. And he is highly resistant to physical attacks, but super weak to magic. Oh man, I'm used to doing this on my PC version. On the PC version of Chrono Trigger, I'm level 99 with most of my stats maxed out, so this is like a joke. Zombor. Zombor can be difficult on a normal playthrough if you do not know what you're doing. Oh, come on, Luca. A little higher than that. So Luca's weapon is currently the Wonder Shot, which is a completely RNG-based weapon on how it does damage. It can swing anywhere from, like, I believe the base is 400 to 2,500 damage, but it's utterly RNG on what you get. But Luca's magic backup for future. This is Moss and Mune. They're going to be a joke because, well, we're overleveled. They are the... Moss and Mune are effectively considered the first wall of the game, because if you are not prepared to fight them, you will lose. There is some cheap tactics you can take with their first phase to get through it quickly, but that big bulky version is actually very difficult if you don't have Slash. This is Nimzel. Nimzel's a dinosaur. What that means is Nimzel's incredibly strong until you hit him with lightning, and then Nimzel falls the fuck apart. Having Marl fucking sucks. So, when you hit a dinosaur with lightning, their defense value goes to 0, and for every dinosaur except for bosses, it stays at 0 until they release the energy. Nimzel releases energy eventually. Ah, there's Magus. And his defense goes back up to its normal value. Magus is incredibly annoying, and I'm glad I have a diversity of people here. Effectively, when you attack... Bear change to fire. Magus can only be affected by one type of magic at a time. Any other magic will heal him. And you can tell what barrier he has by what spell he casts on you.
Since it's fire, I have to wait for Luca's turn to hit him with flare. Then we'll see if his barrier changes or not. Alright. Oh. He is... So... If you ever physically attack him, and he does not do a barrier shift, that means you've done more than half of his HP, and he's moved on to his second phase. Where instead of doing barrier changes in Geyser, he skips a turn and then hits you with a super powerful Shadow-type magic attack. It also means he was almost dead from one flare. Black Tyranno. Continuing our theme of bosses who have super high defense is Black Tyranno. Black Tyranno's defense falls once the little thing on his shoulder over here is dead and a certain amount of turns has passed. However, the thing on his shoulder is susceptible to sleep, and if you put it to sleep, Black Tyranno will treat it as if it's dead and drop its defense eventually. You just have to wait for it. Also, Lava's just bored. Fucking Marl. So we're waiting for his defense to drop so we can just start hammering him. Because anything I do right now will barely do any damage. Come on. Drop your defense. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. God damn it. Stop boring Marl. We're waiting for the defense. There it is. And effectively what we want to do is just hit him with things that won't hit the thing on his shoulder. Because we don't want to wait. I guess we could. I am strong enough, actually, that this shouldn't matter. I'm still applying the original tactics to this fight, not the I'm doing this New Game Plus tactics. Yeah, you effectively focus your attacks on just the dinosaur and not the thing on his shoulder. Because you don't want to wake it up and then be dealing with both of them again. There's Frenzy. Fire attack. Restore MP between fights. So unfortunately, unlike the previous fight, I can't actually just burn Mega Elixirs in this fight, because we will be leaving after the shell is dead and saving, so I want to keep my items for now. But once we go in, then we get to do the disregard items. Burn everything. Okay. This is the last attack mode. This is Giga Gaia, who is the most dangerous but not dangerous fight in the game, boss in the game. He's real dangerous if you don't know how to handle him, and he's a fucking joke if you do. So effectively, it's Giga Gaia and his two hands. And his two hands do really strong attacks. Well, not to us, because we're over-leveled, but those attacks can really fuck you up. Dark Plasma and the Double Blaster. However, if you come in here with Chrono and Isla, and you have Falcon Hit learned, and your third can be Luca for Flare, you can effectively take both hands out really, like, before he gets a chance to do any more than one attack. And without his hands, he's a fucking joke. Like, at this point, he has no attacks. He can just sit there and have us wail on him until he summons his hands back. But he'll be dead far before he does that. And So that is Lavos' indication that we are now fighting Lavos, and the boss rush is over. Now that we have 3 people, however, this fight should be pretty much a joke. Still does the same amount of damage it did before, but this will go a lot faster now. Luca makes a huge difference just because her magic is so strong. She's doing the equivalent of Chrono and Marl's dual tech on her own in damage. Speaking of, I should be ice sorting him. Won't work because everyone has status protection. If this flare doesn't do it, I think the next ice sword kills him. Also, okay, yeah, flare did it. Okay, that is the last time we will see that fight. Well, no. Technically, I'm wrong. There is a souped-up version of that fight we're going to have to do later in the game. Which I'm actually going to intentionally fail, if I even have a choice, because that fight is insanely strong. Because beating the souped-up version of that fight gives you the Dream Team ending, which we've already seen. Because everything about Lavos in that part of the fight is doubled. His attack power is doubled, his defense is doubled, his HP is doubled. But only for the shell. Like, if you get past the shell, it's actually the normal Lavos fight after that. But if you get past the shell and beat Lavos, you get the Dream Team ending because that is Super Lavos. Alright. From here on out, we just get endings by going into the shell and beating the heart and core. Spit out again here. Thankfully, we don't have to watch the cutscene. And as we approach, they're like, "Oh, are you sure about this?" Yes. I do love this. Like, the heroic music always plays when you say yes. They're like, "Well, let's do this." And then they run up and they're like, "Oh, wait." Then you just enter. Alright. So this is going to go way faster now that Luca's here. And once we get Isla, this fight becomes an absolute joke. Du-du-dum. Like, even spending time putting haste out is kind of pointless at this point. Flare. Iced Sword 2. Yeah, Flare makes the world of difference in this, because it's hitting both arms at the same time. Oh god, it's stale! Yep, it's imperfect cell, and then it's perfect cell, because Toriyama doesn't really have a lot of designs. Flare. I'm actually going to do this just to make sure Luca doesn't die. I wanted to make sure I did it after the flare attack. That shit's expensive on MP. Alright. Damn it. So, if I hadn't stopped to heal, I actually would have killed the arm before he got that off. At least he hit Marl. She's the least useful of the three.
This should kill the other arm.
Oh, I guess not. Well,
I still would have gotten the flare off in time, too. I'm surprised. That actually should have killed the arm. Oh, Lucas, or Marl stopped, so can't do Ice Sword anymore. Which is fine. Confused is just as strong. Well, not really, but strong enough. Yeah, so there's Lavos' defense if you don't wait for the arms to spam death. The defense drops as soon as he does obstacle. Which means Marl's going to be confused now, at least. Instead of stopped. I don't need that. Let's just go with the heal. God. Not the person I want to heal. There we go. Ice Sword, Flare. I might be able to beat him before Doom Blaze this time. Might being the optimal word here. God, you're so slow, Marl. I may give Marl haste in the core fight just because she's so freaking slow. Oh, she does not have enough MP. Well, nothing a Mega Elixir can't solve. Ow. That should do it. Between the Ice Sword and the Flare, this should kill him. Oh, guess not. Am I doing less? I don't know how I could possibly be doing less. Oh, I know why. Because when I did this with just Chrono and Marley, I had haste on, so I was doing this faster. So I'm actually behind in damage calculation. There we go. And then Cell dies, and then Perfect Cell is born. As he absorbs the DNA of all living creatures. It's him. It's Perfect Cell. Yeah, so if you bring Luca and Robo into this, they give you the most, like, details of what's going on in the situation. Luca explains how they were farming the DNA, and Robo explains, how about him effectively loading up on resources and then draining the planet and leaving. Which is also something I think you learn on Death Peak. I do love the crossfade in this song. Because that do-do-do-do-do-do-do in there fades between the left and right side of your speakers. So it's just like running around your head with the music. It's really cool. Okay, Marley needs to use haste to get her own ass moving. I'm not using Flare yet because I'm waiting for the core to drop its defense first.
can't do anything because all of our ailment resistances are up. Come on, buddy. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Now we just start going ham on it. So the only different thing with this that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be a little more careful with spamming Lucas' flare because I don't want to kill the center bit before the right bit revives the left one. Because if I kill the center bit before the resurrection, he'll just resurrect it back as soon as he gets the left bit back as well. So I want to do 2 flares, and then with Lucas' next turn I'm going to use a Mega Elixir instead of a flare. Because I don't want to kill the center bit. The center bit only has like 8,000 HP. And then we effectively single target the right bit until the resurrection happens. And then we kill both the left and center bit at the same time. And just freely wreck this thing's day. Oh, we timed that perfectly. Unless he goes into the past, I'm not even going to worry about healing. Oh, there's the resurrection. That was faster than I thought it'd be. So I'm going to flare, even though this is going to heal the left bit, because the left bit hasn't taken damage, so healing it doesn't matter. And then as soon as the flare's over, I'm going to have Chrono kill the left bit with Frenzy. And a second flare, along with an Ice Sword, should kill the center bit as well. Which makes this fight literally a joke. Come on. So kill the center bit, or kill the left bit, then flare the center bit, and then... Son of a bitch, he got it off. So Marl no longer has status protection, which honestly shouldn't make that big of a difference. This fight's almost over anyway. There goes the center bit, and now there's literally nothing that can attack me anymore. So we just hammer on the right bit until the fight's over. The right bit literally has no attacks. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think it has a single attack, which is it rushes you and does physical damage to one person, but it can't do that attack if there's something to resurrect, because it prioritizes resurrection over actually attacking you. Hey, Toy, you're just in time for the second ending. Oops, I timed that wrong. That's not going to do any damage. Okay, there we go. Sword 2. Ice Sword 2 might kill it. If not, the next flare will. And then while you guys enjoy the ending, I'm going to take a quick break. Yep, there it goes. Just gonna chill here real quick and make sure this isn't an ending I have to interact with. If I remember correctly, this is the Frog and New ending. The Frog, New, and Koala, which is an ending that plays itself out. That's the right music. I will be right back while this plays out.
Oh, just in time. I believe this is called the Good Night ending. Because all the endings have official names in the DS and PS1 versions, because you can unlock the various elements of them. Yeah, guess you can't exit out of this one. Alright. Now we continue from where we left off. So, we're back in our time, but we're in a different area. Effectively, we're in the village that the Mystics created after the War of 600 AD. And what you learn here is the Mystics pretty much hate the humans. They hate the humans a lot. And not all of them do, though. Which of the two imps in there are like, hey, we don't hate you guys, but fair warning, most of the people in here hate you guys. And then you're supposed to go talk to Melchior, who's down in that hut to the south of the cave. He tells you, hey, well, there's a way back to your area, but you need to go through this cave first. And be careful, because the guardian of the cave can only be hurt by magic attacks. Which is kind of your indication of, oh, I should go back and get magic if I haven't already from Specchio. Because there is a chance that you were bringing Robo with you, and if you brought Robo, you have Robo's shadow attacks, which are not all that great in terms of damage, but are great for AoE at this point in the game. So it's actually better to have Luca and Marl on your team. Because Antipode does really good damage if you can get it. Or Antipode 2, I should say. If you can get it to the boss. You get Antipode 1 by default if they both know Ice and Fire. Us being the huge cowards we are, in the interest of time, we're just going to keep running from fights. Hey now, that was my 3 HP. And unfortunately, there's not much to talk about in here. It's simply run through the cave, do the fights, fight the boss, and leave. Because not much story happens until after we go back to 680. To fight, yeah. Well, I had to do this fight. This is another one of the fights you can skip by doing the save anywhere, skip the cutscene bug that I can't do consistently. I should learn it because I hate this fight and I would like to skip it. Like, I probably wouldn't skip the Yakra fight because Yakra's not that bad. This fight on normal playthroughs is not great. Because he has a mechanic we're probably not going to see where he bundles himself down to a ball and says, yeah, just try and attack. And anytime you attack him, he counters you. And he takes a while to get out of that form. So the indicator there that they're about to talk about is they don't know what happened with Lavos. They just know he shows up in 1999 and he wrecks the place. Hekran is under the impression that Magus summoned Lavos in 600 AD, and that's how Lavos got to our planet. So we're like, okay, our next indicator of where we need to go is go to 600 AD and find Magus to find out what the hell happened. Which is what we're going to do now. Also, at this point moving forward, anytime we enter a gate, instead of going to the opposite end of where the gate's supposed to go, it will dump us in the end of time and give us light pillars that tie to both areas. So now we can go here to go where we need to go. We still gotta make a bit of progress before we can get the next ending. So these imps that were originally dropped into the fight before have now become imp riders. They ride in with the blue eaglets and become a combined unit. Or imp ace, I guess they're called now. And then we just run away from them. And the rolly's been now replaced with a pulley down here. So our next target is across the Zenon Bridge. Unfortunately, the Zenon Bridge is currently besieged. So we talk to him. Find out, oh no, the rations are gone. They're expecting reinforcements from Guardia. So we go to Guardia. I'm not going to bother with the shelter. I'm trying to rush this as much as possible now. I highly doubt I'm going to be able to get all the endings in one stream now, but... Oh, it's you again. I'd like to get it done in 2 streams at least. So we head downstairs, we talk to the chef. Find out the chef's brother is the guy who's on the line down there. So the reason I was doing that is because you have to exhaust all the dialogue options before coming back up here to hit this trigger. And by running back and forth in that upper area, you actually dismiss the dialogue faster than if you mash through it. Because there's a threshold where the dialogue will appear, and if you pass that threshold, it dismisses the dialogue. So you just kind of run back and forth at that point to dismiss the dialogue quickly. Otherwise, you have to wait for it all to write out and then dismiss the window. Okay. He gave us jerky, which is to feed an army, I guess. We come back and, oh, they're fucked. Oh, well. Effectively, at this point, you find out Magus's army is launching an attack, and you're like, okay, we'll help. And you see their troops get murked in one shot when you come over here. This is Ozzy. This is Magus's general. So there are 2 ways to do this fight. You can either kill the deceased, and then Ozzy runs away, or you can kill Ozzy. Because if you do enough damage, Ozzy loses his concentration and the monsters die. And that's actually kind of important because if you're doing this, if you're trying to speedrun this, it is far faster to just kill Ozzy than kill the monsters and wait for him to run. Because even if you kill all the monsters in one turn on New Game Plus, you still have to sit in the fight until Ozzy's turn comes up because he has to run away on his turn. So just killing Ozzy ends the fight immediately. Should have taken Warcaster. So here's that skeleton boss that Lavos manifested. Zombor. This fight can actually be kind of tough on a normal playthrough. In fact, I think I actually had some trouble with this guy on my normal playthrough that I did a few months ago. The MP Buster's annoying at best. I will say there is one thing I miss from the DS and higher, or PS1, DS and higher versions. Well, I guess it's just the DS and DS1. Is the super gear that you can get from the dimensional vortexes, which were introduced as a elements of the game. And when I say super gear, I mean that gear is busted as fuck. Chrono gets a weapon that gives him max attack and a 90% crit rate. I think in the DS it's called the Rainbow 2. Okay. Marl gets a bow that does 777 damage all the time. Like, anything she does will just do 777 damage. Okay. We've found Frog, we've talked to him, we've told him, hey, the queen's dying. He's like, oh shit, I'm at fault for this. And we're like, but no, I'm at fault. And we're like, okay, fine. Gotta go prove what a hero he still is, even if he doesn't believe it. So come up here. Try not to piss off the bellbirds. Run into Tata, the quote-unquote legendary hero. Hey, this is a redemption moment for me. Maybe I can actually do that skip I haven't fucked up in 15 years, but fucked up on stream. I still can't believe I missed the skip in the mountain. Oh no. If I fuck it up again, I'm gonna be ashamed, because that is the easiest fight skip in the game. And I haven't fucked it up in 15 years, and I somehow fucked it up on stream. But conversely, I got the candy skip on stream, which I normally fuck up, so I guess it's a wash either way. So the way the Ogans work versus the Goblins is, Goblins have 0 defense. Ogans have, like, I want to say 150 defense? But if you hit the Ogans with a fire attack, they drop their wooden hammer, because it's made of wood and it catches on fire, and that drops their defense to 0 because they become goblins. Which is a nice little touch. You little shit. I'm not skipping fucking freelancers. I hate freelancers. I will kill them every day. They cause most of the fights in this mountain. In fact, here, there it is. So, got him. So if you get up here fast enough, you can actually beat the freelancer up here, and he doesn't wake up the Ogan, because you can get past him before he wakes it up. And then he tries to run away. But if you get in the fight with the Ogan fast enough, you can actually pull the freelancer into the fight and stop him from waking up the other one. This dude. Alright. I did get the ladder skip on this guy on stream as well, so I've already shown that off. Alright, here we go. Where is the line I need to line up for this thing? I think it's right here. Haha! There we go. That's how you do the 4-fight skip. And if I come back and I fuck around, it will not trigger anymore. Effectively, once you pass, once you go off screen, this gauntlet of fights no longer occurs. And what effectively you have to line up with, which is what I use, is you go to the right first, because stepping straight forward will trigger it. You go to the right to where the light grass is, and then you can actually see where the tiles line up, like the environment tiles. If you step on the line of where the tiles line up and follow it, it skips the battle trigger for the fight. And you can just get to skip 4 fights. Yeah, that's the trick I haven't fucked up in 15 years, but fucked up on stream. Because you literally just have to follow a line to skip it. I must have been like off the line or something when I triggered it.
can't run away. Are you serious? I have to fight bellbirds? Like the weakest enemy in the game behind Avian Chaos. This guy's fun. If you bug him 4 times, he'll give you a magic tab to go away. Also, there's a speed tab over here. Let's see if I can get the skip again. So you gotta wait here until he's moving away. Oh, nope. You have to wait here until he's moving away and up off towards the... Yeah, nope, didn't get it. Effectively, while he's moving up towards the edge of the screen, you have to climb the ladder. And if you do it correctly, you end up... he can't come down fast enough to knock you off the ladder. And he just jumps across instead. I did it on the casual playthrough of this. I fucked it up on this one, but oh well. There we go. Yeah, you just trigger that little runaway he did early if you get up there before he can knock you off. Yes. So this is a 2-part fight where the first part is actually kind of hard unless you know how to trivialize the hell out of it, which is what we're going to do. In fact, I don't even think I need to trivialize it. I think I can just kill them outright. But I'll explain the trick since I can do it really easily. So Masa and Yune here are really annoying because whenever you hit one of them, they will counterattack with X-Strike. Unless you Hypno-Wave them. Hypno-Waving them puts them to sleep, because they're one of the few bosses that is not immune to sleep. And by doing that, they can no longer counterattack you because one of them is asleep. That works on 3 bosses. So now it's time for part 2 of the fight. This fight is hard in a casual playthrough. Like, this is the first real, like, wall boss of the game. Oh, he's pogging. And the reason why is because Slash... up to this point, Slash has no real purpose other than hitting things in a line. But one thing about Slash is, Slash disperses energy when it hits a target. So if you ever see a creature that gathers energy in some way, hitting them with Slash actually causes them to lose all that energy gain. So when Masa and Yune start storing tornado energy, hitting them with Slash cancels their tornado attack, which is their strongest attack. A lot of people don't know that because it's never explained anywhere. Okay, we grab the Masamune here, and then we go fight Lavos, because that's going to be the next ending. Effectively, we have to do this before we get the hero badge. Which is, the best place to do it is to get the Masamune and then go fight Lavos. This is actually one of my favorite alternate endings, because they... I won't spoil it. I'll explain it when it happens. So now we gotta go all the way back, unfortunately, and go... all the way through the canyon, and back to the end of time, and... Unfortunately, we're using Marl, and... I can't wait till we get Isla. Isla makes things so much faster.
Hell, even having Glenn makes things faster. Well, I guess not, because he doesn't have his sword from the carryover. Maybe I should use Robo. But I think all of Robo and Chrono's techs are AoEs, not single target. Right? Save it here. There we go, kill Lavos. A grand old time killing Lavos. Yeah, I think I'll keep Marl and just spam haste. Make this go faster. In fact, speaking of go faster, I should be putting speed tabs into her because I'm stuck with her for a while. Yes, epic hero music. And then nothing. It's true, stat tabs are people. Well, I guess not yet they aren't, but they are in the future. Because these are technically still the Zeal tabs that got scattered around. Man, people taste great. It makes me stronger. Actually, in a kind of a dark way, that makes Zeal tabs were... Oh, you're right. They are. They're made from the Earthbound ones. I forgot about that. And I just realized that that's kind of dark because that means the reason you're getting a stat bonus is you're literally absorbing the stat from the person who was killed to make the tab. Oh man, this runner tab is great. I feel so much faster now. So we want him on Confused Dewey, her on Flares, and Marley using Haste. Now the numbers mean everything to me. Haste. I could really use an accounting tab right now. Does anyone have a quantum physics tab? I also settle for Piano Savant. Aw, shit. Thanks, Pat. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. I am getting endings in Chrono Trigger. We are currently working towards ending 3? Thank you, Pasta Rat. Appreciate it. That is Cell from Hit Anime Dragon Ball Z. Because Toriyama does not have a lot of variant designs. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. So technically, this is not the end of the game. Well, I mean, it is the ending. But, this isn't the end for the stream. I'm actually doing the stream to go through all the variant endings for Chrono Trigger. So this is the 3rd variant ending. I think that's everyone's hasted. This should kill the other arms so that I can start destroying the body. Up, that flares. Badly timed. It's not gonna do any damage. Okay, some random Canadian. There we go. His defense is down. And wait for Chrono to get his turn so we can just ice sword him. Oh. How dare you. I forget. Mega Elixir. Yeah, so this is gonna go fairly quickly. This is a New Game Plus playthrough. I'm at level like 45 with, well, all the text on the people I care about, which is why Marley doesn't have them. But well, I appreciate you being here, Fetch, and everyone else. Oh, see, that's the best part, Broland. I can use all the items I want. Because when you beat the game, you can't make a save, a clear save. I have to reload from before I use the items anyway. So the items are effectively free in this fight. I can just slam down all the Mega Elixirs I want. Because they'll all come back when I reload. Fighting Giant Frieza because Toriyama ran out of ideas early in his career. Yes. Time travel, you say? Yeah, it's like Imperfect Cell, which is actually accurate given what Lavos is. He is effectively Imperfect Cell. Yep, fucking Mega Elixir again. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, because I'm pretty much jumping through the dialogue since this is a ending stream, not a casual stream. Lavos is a being that landed on the planet, started absorbing the DNA of all creatures on the planet over millions and millions of years. And this is his perfect form we're about to fight. He is literally Cell. Yeah. There he is, perfect Cell. Luca does a diatribe here where she just explains, like, he lived on the planet, he guided the evolution of all creatures to further himself, and absorb their DNA to make the perfect being. What is Cell and Perfect Cell? Villains from Dragon Ball Z. Actually, technically villain, it's the same thing, evolved. It's a creature from the future that absorbs the DNA of creatures around it to make itself stronger. Like Lavos. Alright. Confused because this guy's immune to elemental attacks. Oh wait, on the flare. This is it, girls. This is peak performance right in front of you. I'm actually going to heal that because that did a lot of damage. Audio balance check. I was actually commenting about that earlier, that I like that the running sound, the bass line in the background, runs between the left and right side of your speakers. There it goes. And now that its defenses are down, we just start hammering it with magic. So the big kicker about this fight is the fight's designed to make you think the center creature is the boss, and it's not. The center creature is actually one of the minions. The real final boss is the bit on the right. That's the actual thing you're supposed to be killing. It's this thing. Because the fight's literally designed so when you kill the center bit, the human, you're like, oh man, I beat the boss, and then the fight doesn't end, and you're like, what? Maybe you could flare him one more time without killing him. I need to see what his time warp is. Ooh, that's a heal. I need to heal. So the center bit, the giant human version, his attack is based on whatever timelines in the background when he uses time warp. He just switched to prehistory, which means he's about to use Grand Stone, which is a AoE physical attack that does a shit ton of damage. Now, you don't get to stay alive.
If I'm lucky, however, this flare will kill him before he gets to do anything at all. Yeah, exactly. That's how it's designed, Troy, is to prey on you going, well, kill the ad before killing the main boss. But the right ad is actually the main boss secretly. In this case, I do want to kill the left ad. Well, there's Graham Stone. God damn! Even at full HP, that still killed 2 of them. Where's my Mega Elixirs? There we go. Now we're fine. It does giant rock damage. So this will kill him as well. Which means we just have to kill the right bit and we're done. You do not. If Chrono dies, you can just pick him up with another party member. Thankfully. It's not an SMG game. Alright, wait for the defense to drop again. And this may kill him, actually. This might be it. Nope, not quite yet. Come on, Marl. There you go. Yeah. I guess you'd have to define who the main character is when Chrono actually dies in that case. Yep, there he goes. So enjoy ending 3 of 12? 13 if I do the Dream Eater ending, Dream Devourer. As much as I fucking hate that ending. Alright. Yeah, this is the third ending for the night. Because the first ending is Princess and the Frog. Second ending is This is what I really like about this ending, is they actually recreate Lean Square using the Future palette. And I think it actually looks really good. And then Robo and Atropos recreate the Marl and Chrono scene. Everyone gets rickrolled by the ending. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite of the alternate endings. Because you effectively have Robo and Atropos playing out Chrono and Marl's storyline. Fun fact, this screenshot, or this shot, is used in the default ending if you have the Epoch. You see this when you're flying by with the Epoch. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing that ending. If you want to see that ending, look up my playthrough from a couple months ago. The variant ending we're going to get is Balloons with Marl for this one. Because we've seen the Epoch one. Oh no, Magus's music. So that's Tada and his father. Tada, the legendary hero, because he has the hero medal. That proves he's a legendary hero.
Certainly, this 8-year-old having this medal means he can go fight Magus. Though I gotta give Tada credit, he actually gets to Magus's room. Like, for an 8-year-old who has no idea what the fuck he's doing, he gets pretty goddamn far. Oh, sorry, he gets to Ozzy's room, not Magus's. And then Chrono's just chilling here. So yeah, that's that ending. The next ending is actually very quick. Or not quick, but very close. Because all you do to get the next ending is now you go take the badge from Tada. So he doesn't go over here and challenge Magus and stuff. And then you get another ending if you do that. Oh yeah, these endings are great. Like, I shouldn't have saved out here. I should have saved at the base of the canyon. Oh well. Yeah, like, there's a lot of fun to the endings. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to the slideshow ending in this stream. I'll probably have to do that next stream. But the slideshow ending's probably the best one. Because it's Luca and Marl slideshowing through various important male characters and literally rating them on how hot they are. They're like, oh yeah, Cyrus, yeah, he's hot, but yeah, he's so, like, he's so old-minded because he's from 680 and stuff. And it has the designation of being the hardest ending in the game to get, because to get the slideshow ending, you have to get it between two other endings that have a single event trigger that locks you out of it. Because there's an ending you can get before it, then a single event occurs and you have to leave and go get the slideshow ending. If you see the next story event, you're locked out of the slideshow. Like, there's a single event lockout. It's crazy. Tada's house. Hey kid, give me the badge. So yeah, now we've taken the hero badge from Tada. He will not go challenge Magus, and Chrono will not be waiting for him to laugh at him. And now we get another ending. Oh no, actually first, before we leave this area, I actually want to go get the other half of the Masamune. Because the cutoff for this ending is going to prehistory. So we can actually get the rest of the story stuff done that we need to do here first. Run from this because there's no point in fighting him. Why was Chrono there to laugh at him? Because Chrono knew he wasn't actually going to be able to do anything. Like, Chrono knows he's a kid who has no actual strength or anything, so he just cut him off and beat Magus while, before Tada could get there. At least that's what I assume, because now that I'm thinking about it... Well, no, because Tada fights 5 monsters, so Tada has some strength. But yeah, Chrono's just there to cut him off. Or maybe Chrono is Magus in that timeline because we fucked with the timeline so badly. Alright. Now we have everything done we need to do in this era, so we can go to the end of time, beat Lavos again, get a different ending. I can't wait until Isla's on the team. Isla, Chrono, and Luca are my main group. And so Isla has all the other, like, really good gear setups for this. Marl is not set up to be doing these ending runs. I guess I could take... I'm going to try Robo this time, actually, because Robo might be faster. Well, no, Marl has haste, so she does make everyone faster by default. Robo also isn't leveled very well because I never use Robo. I'll just stick with Marl. Haste is helpful. And this time we do want to save here because I don't have to go back into the canyon again. Yep. Okay. Time for a real familiar looking fight. I was mentioning this before, but since you guys are all new here, I really like the touch that when you run up here, when you decide to fight, you get all the heroic music. Everyone's like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to save the day. But if you've already beaten Lavos' shell, you run forward and the music's just like, oh, this is already done. And it just fades out. Here we go again. How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, old man? I go back in time and castle Lavos on social media. He doesn't care. He just keeps doubling down on the racism. He can never be stopped. Making Lavos NFT. Oh god, we don't want people actually liking him. People who are wrong, but people will like him. How can you stop some of the nipple blasters? That's why he can't be stopped. That's why we have to keep killing him. The nipple blasters are too strong. The platform hosts Lavos eugenic rants. Twitter. Lavos strikes me as a Twitter person. Probably migrated to Twitter after Tumblr. Got his own blog, Why the Humans Are Wrong and Belong to Me. Actually, if you really stop and think about it, Lavos is literally doing eugenics. Because he's literally guiding the evolution of every organism on the planet for the last 65 million years. Why is Perfect Lavos so goofy looking? So, I forget where it was. I've seen a picture of what he looks like in concept. And effectively, he's not supposed to look that goofy. The thing about his mask is it's supposed to be a skull. Like, he's supposed to look like a... He's supposed to look like a StarCraft Marine with like the skull paint on the front. It's supposed to be a skull behind that helmet breathing against the lens. But they couldn't translate that very well into the actual sprite. He's actually way more fucked up looking in the concept art. Alright. Marl's probably gonna go crazy because she lost her status protection. Heal. Look good, just... oh. Well, in that case... Mega Elixir. Because they're free. Haste. Yeah, he looks amazing in the concept art. It's a real shame it didn't translate. Can't, like, when we get to it, I'll point it out, you can kind of see elements of it. It's just a problem of with the pixels they had to work with it. It looks more like he has just a doofy face rather than a skull back there.
Should be one more round of text killing it. Yeah, we should be fine. Unfortunately, the worst part about this is just doing these Lavos fights over and over again to get the endings. Because we gotta do it 12 times to get 12 endings. The 13th ending will be different because the 13th ending you fight a completely different boss, but I also hate that ending because that's the ending that leads to Chrono Cross being canon. Do I mainly play retro games on the stream? Kind of half and half. I play literally whatever I feel like. I do play a lot of retro games because I'm in my mid-30s and grew up with most of these games and I like to replay them. But as an example, past 3 months or so, I did all the Super Mario RPG games, starting with SMRPG, and then I did Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and Super Paper Mario, then the 3 Mario and Luigi games. Yeah, that's supposed to be like a skull back there with like the blue's supposed to be like darkness behind it. There we go. God damn it. Stop moving the dialogue back up there. It's supposed to be like almost like a teethed mouth breathing in and out against the lens. Instead it just looks like an old man. Like an old man with really big eyebrows. Yeah, I play a lot of retro, but I don't stick only to retro. I just kind of play whatever the hell I feel like at the moment. Unless I'm doing a marathon, which I just got off the tail end of. I need confused. That needs to haste. Luca needs to... Big elixir. Just because I want MP. And they're free. So, I had a bit of commentary on those as I was playing through them. The remakes absolutely ruined those games. Like, 100%. The original versions of the games are far superior to the 3DS remakes, with the exception of Partners of Time, which is just a bad game in general. Sorry, Partners in Time fans, but that game is terrible. Bowser's Inside Story is fucking incredible. It is the best of the 3. It was I gave it a 9.5 out of 10 in my personal, like, how I felt about it. That game was fun all the way through, despite all the technical issues I ran into trying to get that thing to work. Yeah, if you haven't played Bowser's Inside Story, I highly recommend it. You don't need to play the other two. There are small references to the previous ones, but nothing that's like, oh, you won't understand anything if you didn't play it. Did you just triple tap her? Piece of shit. Azure Dreams on the PS1. I have not. Wow, that threw off my whole cadence of how I do this fight. I've never seen him do the lightning 3 times in a row to one person. Oh my god, stop! Stop hitting Luca with lightning! He's just there like, yeah, this girl, fuck this girl. Zap. I might look into that. Azure Dreams. I'm gonna write that down. So I'm always open to playing more retro games. I fucking love that era. Please don't lightning me again. Oh my god.
gonna elixir her at this point. It's a roguelike dungeon crawler of monster taming. It's really fun for me. Oh, interesting. Those are all elements of things I like. And then he just runs up with the bitch slap. I'm glad I elixired her, or else that would have killed her. Oh, don't flare again. I think he's realized Luke is like the core of doing damage on this team. Ah, that's fine. Okay, maybe not as fine as I thought. Oh god, he's figured out our weakness. Doing damage directly to one person. Come on, revive the bit already. That won't affect anyone because no one has their seal broken. There it is. Now we kill it again. Now we spam flare until they both die. Yeah, you effectively want to keep the left bit down as much as possible. Don't even give it a turn. Because one of its attacks is to turn off your status protection. And it forces the right bit to keep the defense down. And now the fight's a freebie. Yeah, effectively the way you treat this fight is you flare 3 times and then hammer the right drone, because by the time you've done 3 flares, the center bit will be 1 hit away from dying. And then as soon as he does his resurrection, you take both out and just clean up the fight after that. Okay, defense goes back down. And it's over. Enjoy ending 4. And try not to be blinded by the flashing lights and the loud noise. He's dead! We finally killed him! I'm sure he's dead for good this time. I forget which ending this is. You kill another 8 times to be sure. True. Somehow he just keeps coming back. Oh, it's the Medina Village one. Right. So this is, I think it's also known as the Magus ending. This is the 4th time we've killed him on stream so far. 6 times if you count the previous playthrough, where we got the default ending and the Dream Team ending. I guess I only need to kill him 11 times, because I already got the Dream Team on a previous stream. Yeah, this ending is it just does a recap of like each age and what stuff that's happening there. And gives you an insight to things you haven't seen yet, like prehistory. Kino. And there's Isla, best girl. Hell yeah, Vivian Love. And there's Magus standing on a bluff. That bluff does exist. I know where he is. He's at the grave site for Toma later. Yep, Gibdactyl. Gibdactyl. Reptites weren't giving Dactyl. Oh, look who's decided to stop being depressed and head out of his little hole. But what, Plum? Frog's accent and conscious choice by him a result in his place in time. Oh, don't you fucking start with that. Frog's accent is a result of a terrible translation decision. I've heard both sides of the argument. Oh no, it's his place in time. Really? Because no one else in his time frame talks like that. Only him. Oh, he does it because he's a different person as Frog, and just no, it was a bad translation decision. That's all it was. Oh God, Frog is Urianger is Frog's descendant. All right, next ending. So this ending's really, really easy to get because the window is get it when you come back from prehistory. That's it. Oh, can't do that yet though. There is one thing I have to do first. It's because it's difficult to speak with a frog's tongue. He says words that are way harder to say in frog form than would be in human form. I guess we'll never know, though, because if you break the curse and turn him back into Glenn, he never speaks until Chrono Cross. So we gotta go talk to Melchior first and be like, hey, your name's on this sword. And some of the best music in the game plays for a very short period of time. Foreshadowing. So yeah, you go to Melchior because Melchior's name is on the hilt of the sword. He goes, ah, that's the Masamune. How'd you get this? And you're like, do you know how to repair it? He goes, well, the material you need is from, like, prehistory, so no. And we're like, prehistory, you say? To prehistory we go. So effectively, once we come back from this story event, we go get another ending. Also, I find this scene hilarious because at this point you can totally have the level 2 spells, and if Chrono has level 2 lightning, you can one-shot these even on a casual playthrough. But the way this cutscene plays out is like, oh no, we're getting overwhelmed, even though we can one-shot them really easily. And Best Girl appears. She jump kicks one, bites one, does a spin kick to another, and then runs another one off screen. Look, we can't let the lizard people rise, okay? We have to stop them before it's too late. And Isla pinning Chrono to a wall as an introduction. Depending on who you have here, the dialogue changes slightly. If you have the girls with you, they all comment on how weirdly brutish she is. Robo tries to explain to her the concept of tomorrow. Like, she tries to explain the concept of time to her, and she's just like, "You're making my head hurt, shut the hell up." Tomorrow's after you fall asleep, and then the snoo happens again. What ending is this? We are working towards the prehistoric past ending now, which I believe is the ending where the lizard people take over the world because you didn't technically stop them. Hold on, I need to swap. So we're gonna kick Marley out of the group temporarily.
Whoa, what?
There we go. Because specifically if Marley is in your group for this section, there's extra stuff you have to do before you can continue the game. You have to talk to Robo and Luca to get them to move on, spend a little time running around. What is Chrono Cross and why is it bad? Chrono Cross is a game created for the PS1. It is a sequel to Radical Dreamers, which was a VN, kind of. It was an interactive novel. And effectively, the Chrono Trigger sold incredibly well. So they're like, hey, let's attach the Chrono name to this game and sell it as a sequel to Chrono Trigger. And they called it Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross itself is not that bad of a game. Like, I don't think Chrono Cross is bad as a game. It's bad as a sequel to Chrono Trigger. There we go. So after you've done the event with Isla, or Luca and Robo, and sit down and drink some of the poi that Luca has, you can actually go to Isla and trigger the next scene, which is, hey, I want that rock you have to repair a sword. And she's like, okay, challenge me for it. And so you mash an A button to get through, to try to out-drink her, effectively. So what is the ending in Chrono Trigger that makes it canon? Fun fact, there is no ending in Chrono Trigger that makes it canon until the DS. So none of the endings in this game will make it canon. Probably next stream, I will do the Dream Devourer ending that was introduced in the DS and the PC versions, which is the ending that makes Chrono Cross canon to Chrono Trigger, and I hate it. They literally added it, they retconned it later on in the re-releases of Chrono Trigger, and it's dumb. It's so dumb. It's a really cool looking boss, but I hate it for what it is. Also, fun fact, in the SNES version, they call it soup that we were eating. Like, oh yeah, no, I ate too much soup, so I passed out. In the DS and the retranslation in the PC, they literally call it what it is. It's a drink called Skull Smash, because one of them gets you super drunk. Alright. So I'm going to do a fade out. Oh, for those of you who weren't here, there's a trick called the fade out glitch, which is when you're transitioning between areas, you notice the screen fades. And what you do is, as you're triggering a transition, like as the screen's fading out, you bring up the menu. And then you move towards a cutscene trigger while bringing up the menu to prevent the transition from completing. And by the time you hit the cutscene trigger, it will force the transition to occur because you can no longer bring up the menu since you're in a cutscene, but it skips the cutscene. because you were forced out of the cutscene by the transition, and the cutscene just never happens after that. It's used to skip a couple cutscenes and speedruns. It's mostly used to skip bosses, which I did skip a boss already, using it just to demonstrate it. And the reason I skipped that cutscene is because it's like 3 minutes of just Kino going, "Oh, but the Reptites went this way, and I told them where you were so they could steal your gate key because I was jealous Isla likes you." Now it's like, "You're a fucking idiot. We're going to get it. Go back." He's like, "I'll help." She's like, "No, you can't help. You're going to die. I'll go get it. Go back to the village." Isla's great. And I can never remember where to go. There we go. Up and over. I've played this game like 40 times. I still can't navigate this area without getting lost. I can skip most of the fights, though. So I know where most of the triggers are. Oh, there's Levine. Sally drinks it every night. She can call it soup. That's fair. Her tolerance has to be super high to that stuff. Unlike Luca and Marl and them. So this is actually kind of an interesting room because these holes are where you're supposed to go down. But if you wait long enough, these red knights will actually dig into the ground and create other holes, which will lead to other sections of the area. So you can get like different fights and different treasure if you wait for them to dig it out. Like if you wait for one to dig, you'd end up over there instead. As a kid, you thought Isla had a tail. To be fair, she does treat it like it's her tail. Like it moves as if it was an actual tail. So I don't blame you at all. Oh, there he is. Look at him get down. Too bad we have to kill him. Oh yeah, it totally is the Saiyan design. I didn't even think of that. She's the first female Saiyan. Except she's just permanently in Saiyan form. Also, I completely forgot to give her her gear. Prism. Frenzy Band. So this is also another thing I like to point out whenever I'm here. This Reptite is guarding this chest, but if you approach it from... Oh, I fucked it up. Oh well. You can actually loot the chest without fighting him by just going over his head and taking it. There's another one in the lower left corner that's a lot easier to do that I can demonstrate with. Oh yeah, the music in this game is absolutely incredible. Like, this is a tour de force of a soundtrack. And in my personal opinion, and the opinion of a lot of people, we're not even at the best one yet, which is 1400 AD, or 14,000 ADs. Are you serious? I can't run from these? This is bullshit. The Zeal locations music is the best stuff in the game. And Shala's theme is the best song in the game. The leitmotif of Shala's theme is incredible. Let's see. I'm wondering if I can actually get there in this stream. Can I get to Zeal? Okay, so yeah, this guy's guarding a chest, but you can just loot it from behind him. And just leave. I do like that the Winged Ape's attack is to pick you up and throw you at other party members. Is it just Luke that has the OP flare skill? Yes. There is a secondary unit you can get, like a character that is an optional join, who also has an equivalent kind of attack. But since he's optional, and it's very easy to miss him if you make the wrong dialogue choice, Luca's technically probably the best caster in the game because of that. It's true, Luftrama. Or Luftram.
Like, Shala's theme is the best song in the game, and it's the best song in a soundtrack of amazing music overall, and it's in its own classification above that. Alright, here's Azala. So this is the leader of the reptiles, Azala. This is a female dinosaur. So Azala effectively... Lumina doesn't even come close. Luminaire doesn't even come close. Because Chrono's magic stat is so much lower than Luca's by default that it takes, I think, like 20 tabs more to get Luminaire to the same level than it does for Flare by default. Yeah, if you're just going off the default stats with no tabs, it would take Chrono 20 magic tabs to catch up to Luca's default values. Which is why Luca's just so broken if you teach her Flare. The thing is, with Chrono, I'm using the Prism Specs accessory. And what the Prism Specs do is, the Prism Specs maximize your damage. Like, anything that has a damage value scale that scales off of something, wearing the Prism Specs just sets that to top. Actually, since Luminaire is cooler looks, you know, that is true. I did hear someone at Nintendo said that once. They must be right. They are from Nintendo. So regardless of Chrono's stats, he's doing max damage with everything right now. And then Isla pukes on the floor. So fun fact, in the SNES version, it says burp when Isla turns around and crouches down. In the retranslation that made it more faithful to the Japanese version, she's just saying erp, which is indicating that she's actually vomiting all over the floor. So that lizard village we just cleared out isn't their main area. That is just like a side village for the lizards. They have Azala has his own little like castle and everything that he has in a different area that we'll come back for later. Azala's just constantly hungover and horny at the same time. You're not wrong. Like half of Azala's or half of Isla's lines in cutscenes with Kino are just, "You need to stay alive so we can make kids. We need strong kids. You can't die." Okay. So if I remember correctly, we just literally go fight him after coming back. But before getting Frog, I think. It's after you come back from BC, but before getting Frog to get this next ending. Oh wait, I still have Robo on my team. Whoops. I just noticed that. The third party member until I get Isla is such a non-party member, I completely stopped paying attention to who it was. I actually want Marl because of haste. Alright, here we go again. Hopefully he doesn't just hammer Luca into the ground 7 turns in a row this time. Oh god. Luca and Marl are in different positions, so it's fucking me up.
It's true. He had to stop Luca before it was too late. I'm gonna go ahead and use Confuse now because Marl's not gonna catch up for a while. I'll have to give her haste first. Oh, Chrono's getting low. Screw it. Let's see what kind of difference hasting everyone instead of just Marl does. Because I usually just haste Marl because her speed is like half of everyone else's. So giving her haste means her turn comes up as fast. But fuck it. Give everyone haste. Let's see what happens. I think there's going to be like 2 more fights with Lavos before I can... Or maybe 1 more. I think there's 1 more fight before I get Isla permanently. And I can just be gone with Marl forever. I am glad he keeps disabling Marl with that attack, because losing Luca or Chrono would be a problem. Nope, that's a waste of flare. Heal Marl. I'm gonna want to do this before he does his ultimate. There is an upper cap to ATB, so technically even though Marl's hasted state only puts her equal to Luca and Chrono's speed, Luca and Chrono being hasted doesn't double their speed because they're already capped. It braces them by like 60%, so they don't get too far ahead of Marl's speed when she's hasted. Come on. There we go. Thank you for hitting the person with the highest innate flame resistance with fire attack. Yeah, the ATB can... It's a problem of the SNES limitation rather than anything, is just the ATB can only go up so fast. So having a character speed capped with haste does give a bonus, but it doesn't double it like it normally does. Hey, I might get this before he does Shadow Slay. Not Shadow Slay, Doom. Nice. He beat out his ultimate attack. I really wish Marley got a group haste at some point. Where's Hastaga? It's my Hastaga. Yep. Lives off of absorbing DNA, guiding evolution, becoming the ultimate being. Yeah, like, even if it was like a zone one, like Cyclone and stuff, to where it's like, oh, anyone in this area gets it, that would have been amazing. But no, there's only 1 haste and it's a single target. Unfortunately. Get rid of him immediately. Eh. Luca needs MP. Mega Elixir. Oh no. That does more damage to her. Tonic, set flares, start hasting. Oh god, he's going right for Grandstone immediately. Well, that means hasting these two is not going to matter because they're about to die. Well, might as well get some damage while we can. Do it. There it is. Oh, that was the worst timing. Mega Elixir. Get rid of it. Now we just flare until it dies. This might kill it, which would be nice. Because it's about to do Evil Star. Which would suck. Yep, there we go. Evil Star cuts your HP in half. It'll all be over soon, Marvelous, don't worry. Okay, his defense is about to go back up. Luminaire's really good for multiple targets. Like, the Ice Sword 2 is stronger as a single target attack, Luminaire's stronger as the group attack. But for this fight in particular, I like to just use Flare because it allows me to easily keep track of how much HP the center bit has left, because it takes 4 flares to take him out. So I do 3 flares and then wait for the resurrection, and then flare him again to kill him. I could theoretically Luminaire instead of Flare, but... Oh, Luca ran out. Well, start Wonder-Shotting it. Oh, that sucked. Yeah, Luminaire on its own doesn't do as much damage as Ice Sword 2 does to a single target. And the problem is I can't Luminaire the left bit, because the left bit is immune to elemental damage. It heals from elements. Ending 5. This is, I believe, the dinosaur ending, because we just came back from prehistory. Or is this the Magus ending? I don't actually remember which one this is. Oh, this is the going through the NPCs throughout the eras. Okay. That means the Magus ending is the next ending. Yeah, so this is a pretty basic ending. It just shows NPCs throughout the ages. Did you interact with the dinos? I did. I just came. I just came back from prehistory. I forgot. The Dino Age ending comes from beating the game after killing Magus, but before stopping Azala. Because the next ending is also one of the better ones, where it's get Frog on the team, but don't stop Magus. There she is. There's Shala. And Janice. And his cat, Alphador. I do appreciate they have all these variant, like the 12 different endings in the game. Though, it's pretty clear some of these got more help than others. Have a good night, Mel. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. They're Dactyl. Give Dactyl. Like, I think this might be the lowest effort ending out of all of them, probably. Because even, like, the new Frog and Killala one has them, like, interacting with each other, where this is just like, here's a bunch of sprites of NPCs throughout the game. Joy, I guess. Yeah. The next one is one of the best ones. Dactyl Fly. Dactyl Fight. And the pendant. Oh no, it disappeared. We're screwed. Alright. I think I have time for 2, maybe 3 more endings. I'm definitely not going to be able to do the Zeal endings today. Alright. So we got all this stuff to repair it, so we need to go back to... Wrong 10,080. Or 1,080. We go talk to Melchior, we're like, hey, you remember that stone you said hasn't existed for millions of years? Well, here it is, buddy. Fix the sword. How on earth did you get the Masamune and the Dreamstone? Okay. I was curious who would volunteer for this, because if you have Marl on the team, Robo or Luca, depending on who it is, will volunteer, because Marl can't really help. I didn't know who would volunteer if it was both Robo and Luca. Makes sense it's Luca. Plus off Luca the Great. So we effectively just kind of chill here, waiting for them to process the ore and put the blade back together. While getting the sweet Zeal music. Ready for blinding light? There it is, the Masamune. It's time for our final visit to 680. Oh no, I guess there is one more, since we're going to be leaving and coming back. I was going to say our final visit before we get the time machine, but we actually have to leave before we fight Magus. Yeah, I think I got time for 2 more endings. So it'll be the Magus ending, and then the Dinosaur Age ending. And from there, we can just do all the Zeal endings all at once, which are really tightly grouped. I hope I actually remember where the, like, what point the trigger is. Because when you get to Zeal, which is right after Magus, there are 3 endings you can get, and one of them is locked out by a single story event happening. So there's an ending, a single story event happens that allows you to get another ending, and then the story event that follows that locks out that second ending. There's a incredibly small window to do it in. Remember when I was a kid and you first need to go find Glenn? It took me like an hour to figure out to go down into these bushes. Frog, here's your sword. Then we get Frog's history, or at least part of it. So really the only thing you need to know about Frog is Frog was squired to Cyrus, who is the knight who's sitting talking to the king right now. And he wanted to become a great swordsman like Cyrus was. Cyrus took him as a squire, taught him how to use a sword. Glenn eventually became better with the sword than Cyrus is. These are the knights of the square table, because, you know, you can't use round. There he is. There's Glenn, the little whippersnapper. The joke of a fight in Naga-Etz. A boss that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game. Unless you play the DS version in the Lost Sanctum. And then Cyrus' showdown with Magus. This is where the Masamune broke. It was against Magus. Kind of games N64, PS1, and Game Boy. DS version's a good place to start. It's still considered the definitive version of the game because it has the most extra content. This version is the basic version, obviously. First one that came out. Just has the alternate energies you can find. Then the PS1 version came out, which introduced the cutscenes that were actually done by Toriyama, the animated cutscenes. And introduced the basic version of the bonus system that you get. The DS version came out, included the whole bonus system, but then also added the Lost Sanctum and the Dimensional Vortexes as well, which added the connection to Chrono Cross boss as well. And then the mobile version came out, which is what the PC version is based on, That is the DS version, but some of the special content has been removed from it for some reason. Like the endings guide is there, the music's there, the gallery's there, but the map layouts and stuff have been removed for some reason. It's really stupid why they moved it. Yeah, DS1's the best one, by far. Because they gimped the PC version. Yeah, now we go back and do it again, because now that Glenn's with us, we get a different ending. And then once we beat Magus and come back, we get a different ending, and that'll probably be it for the stream at that point. PS1 was a golden age of games, too, because you had, like, let's see, Xenogears, Brave Fencer Musashi, Final Fantasy 7 through 9, Final Fantasy Tactics, Front Mission 3, Threads of Fate. God, there's more. I'm just blank. Breath of Fire 3. I've got like 30 games. Soccer Frontier 1 and 2, despite the fact that not everyone's a fan of Soccer Frontier 2, but you and me both, Chicano. You and me both. I forget the last time I saved. I was like, well, I should have saved before I went through the Truce Canyon. But also, how far back did I save? Yep. The 90s and the early 2000s was just like the golden era of gaming. Companies actually gave a shit about the quality of stuff they put out. And we had people like... oh my god, I'm drawing a blank. I am drawing a complete blank on the writer's name for this game. He did all the Final Fantasies too. Sakaguchi, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, because it was during Sakaguchi's era as well, so it's just like, the man could do no wrong. He was a brilliant writer. Producer, director. So it kind of sucks we're stuck with Glenn for this one, because Glenn does not have a good weapon. This is actually going to slow us down considerably. To be fair, his Mega 64 appearance is pretty fucking great. I'm glad he has that kind of sense of humor. So since we no longer have Marley to do Ice Sword 2 with, we're going to be leaning pretty heavily on Luminaire instead. Because Frog's double attacks with Chrono are not going to do much. Frogs can be regulated to item bitch for this fight. True. Indie games are, like, there's a lot of good indie games out there these days that are really nice. Like, well, Hollow Knight is the great example, even though some song is somewhere. What can you even do? Yeah, sure, Leap Slash. That'll do something. Oh god, which do you default to? Okay, you defaulted to an arm. Yeah, he's not doing much. Loop Hero was pretty amazing. Inscription was pretty amazing. That's how I play this from in the studio.
You do have blue. I may consider for less downtime giving Luca the gold stud rather than whatever she has right now. Yep, Frog is here for moral and literal item support. Keep us alive, Frog, that's your job. You have to think of the concept of her like, hey Frog, welcome back to the group, glad to have you back. We're not going to go kill your arch rival, we're actually going to go kill the god that's controlling the world. He's just like, what? Yeah, no, we're not touching Magus. Magus is small bits. We're gonna go kill God. Come on, let's have fun. This is my emotional support heal, bitch. Look, you can kill him later. First, we need to go kill this deity. Just think of it like practice. If you can kill this parasitic alien god, you can. Magus will be a pushover. So fun fact, I don't have the green dream, so I can't do it. But there is a underflow glitch you can do in this fight and the core fight, where you have everybody die with Frog wearing the green dream, and when Frog gets up, you have him use an elixir on the boss rather than oh, sorry, no. He uses an elixir and then everyone dies to attack, so the elixir doesn't have a valid target because you can't use elixirs on enemies. And when Frog gets up using the green dream, it doesn't interrupt his previous action. So he still goes to use the elixir, but since his previous target is no longer valid, he uses the elixir on the boss. And since you're not supposed to be able to use an elixir on a boss, it underflows their HP and kills them immediately. It's the trick the speedrunners use for, I think, any percent. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, it's a very specific frame trick. Like, it's not frame perfect or anything, but there is like a small window to do it in. It's kind of amazing to see. Nope, gotta use this, and then this. Gotta take the left one out before he disables my status protection. At least he's not bitch slapping people, so that's a plus. Okay, and there. Flare. Stand there and look pretty, I guess. Just leap slash because he has nothing better to do. Oh, I have to use a Mega Elixir soon to get everyone else's MP back up. Oh, thank God. I want to use Confuse Mega Bomb? Yeah. Because that center bit is on one flare to death already. Old game moves once that. Yeah, I absolutely love watching speedruns of old games. Like, especially the. I'm personally a fan of glitchless Chrono Trigger, which is a type founded by Quexel, which is effectively it's Chrono Trigger, 100%, no major glitches. And so what ends up happening is it's about a 5.5 hour run. But it's a lot of fun to watch, because, like, bugs are fun to watch and see, like, just the ways you can break games. But I do like seeing the game played, like, it's more skill than exploit. When you do the, oh, I was off on my calculation. Oh no. That flight was supposed to kill him. Like, my preferred speedruns are the no major glitch kind of speedruns. Oh my god, he's still alive. I thought that would have killed Frog. But at the same time, it's like watching someone just utterly break a game is also hilarious. Like the arbitrary memory glitch in Super Mario World to call the credits from the first stage is amazing. Or more recently, in the last couple weeks, there was a exploit found in Metroid Dread, where if you counter the counter tutorial you get against the first, like, scythe bug, if you time it correctly, it locks the camera. Like, it locks the camera on that scene, and then you can just go running off the screen and go exploring the map. Because what happens is, since you're still in the cutscene, the doors are despawned in the game. So you can actually go get the screw attack super fucking early because there's no doors to stop you from getting it. But the thing is, you have to do it completely by audio because the camera's not following you. You literally can't see what you're doing. So watching speedrunners just like running through it, listening to the audio to figure out where they are to get the screw attack is amazing. Exactly. We cut the game down under a minute. Yeah, exactly. Like, the arbitrary code execution is interesting to see the first time, but then it's just like, well, there's not really much to watch when the game is done in 2 minutes. Oh yeah. I absolutely love that they literally designed in sequence breaks into Dread. It's kind of amazing. Pretty much. And there it is. Because, yeah, like, Super Metroid is one of my top 5. I fucking love Super Metroid. I haven't played that game without sequence breaking it in 15 years. And so seeing in Dread that, like, if you sequence break and get the Morph Ball early, you can quick kill Kraid because you sequence broke was like, huh. They actually designed it to be sequence broken. Zero Mission's a strong contender, too. I like the sleeping Chrono sprite in this. What's the other big Metroidvania that came out? That Chrono sprite is used in the side quest when you restore Fiona's Fortress, or Fiona's Forest, when everyone's sleeping around the campfire. That's the only other place it's used. And that's if you do it after getting Chrono and not before.
The Chrono sitting down like that sprite is used in another location, where when you get Chrono after using the time egg, Chrono has that sitting sprite against the tree, but not the sleeping bubble. That's only here and in Fiona's Forest. Now, that tea Marley is holding is only used in this ending. Doom Eternal speedrun is so much more interesting glitches, but just flying sits. Yeah, exactly. That's why I tend to prefer the no major glitches, like no out of bounds, no clipping, or zipping in like Mega Man and stuff, is because I mean they're interesting to see, but once you've seen them, it's like, yeah, okay, this stage is reduced to 5 seconds rather than watching them actually execute throughout the whole thing. Like, it's far more interesting to me watching a speedrunner execute a bunch of skill-based stuff rather than, okay, I clip into this wall and it blasts me across the stage and I'm done in 2 seconds. Sonic. Yeah, so this is one of the better endings where it introduces all it effectively runs you through Magus's castle since you didn't get here yet. Like, oh yeah, look how threatening this is. MMX runs? Yeah. MMX runs are incredible. Frog just one-shots fucking Ozzy. I do really like this version of Frog's theme, because this is actually different from his normal theme. It doesn't have the backing theme, the backing instrument to it. It's just the flute. Like, the guitar is completely removed from that version of the theme. The bats now follow Frog. Frog is the bat leader. He is the knight. I do like this. Like, the dialogue between them this is a completely different dialogue than if you show up in the normal path. Magus is just like, everything is ruined. Who wants to rule a ruined world? We're gonna decide this now. Fire 2. That's a Masamune attack. That's him using a scythe. That's Ice 2. I don't know what that was. That sounded like a charge up for lightning. That's him saving a spell. There's Light 2. That's Lightning 2. That's Glenn getting a crit. That's Shadow Bomb. That's Shadow Bomb? No, not Shadow Bomb. That's Shadow Bomb. No, that's Geyser. I forget what's called in the SNES version. Magus's second Shadow ability. Black Hole. That was Black Hole. And Frog wins. That's a really cool shot. That's why this is one of the better endings. You just have Frog standing on Magus's castle as the winner. It's one of the only endings that has an animated the end scene. Yeah, that's one of the best shots in all the endings. It's one of my favorites. You just have Frog. I win. Alright. I got time for one more ending. Took Frog for a samurai more than a dragoon. Yeah, it's weird because in the PS1 version where they introduced the cutscenes, there's a cutscene that shows Masamune as the broadsword that it is, but then there's an ending scene covering the fall of Guardia that shows the Masamune as a samurai sword. It's like, but that's not what it was. The one Frog uses is a broadsword. Like, why is the Masamune now a samurai sword 2 years later? Oh, that's true. Dragoons do love to perch in high places and then fall off them and die. Look, it's not my fault you've made a demon pact with the floor, and you have to fulfill that pact all the time. The floor is a harsh mistress. And now more Glenn backstory. We learned how Glenn was pretty much a huge coward and a pushover. And Cyrus constantly came to save him. I'm actually kind of glad that I'm going to be able to play up through Magus's castle, because Magus's castle is probably one of the best parts of the game, because the way Magus's castle worked in this game and is laid out is other games around this era would roughly wrap up in the time it takes you to get to Magus's castle in a casual playthrough, about 15-20 hours, 25 if you're grinding. And Magus is such a, like, last boss fight that you're like, and everything's been set up in the story to be like, oh yeah, Magus is the reason Lavos is here. If we kill Magus, we stop Lavos. And so you beat him, and it's like, oh yeah, we did it, we killed the final boss. And the game's like, no, we're not done. Like, it's built up to, he's built up to be the final boss and treated like he's a final boss. And then the game's like, nah, you're like half done. Fuck you. Keep going. Can't believe Frog's dead. I will say, in the PS1 and DS and PC versions, this is probably the best cutscene in the game. Because Toriyama went ahead and did a cutscene for Frog pulling the Masamune here, and it's pretty good. Right, Frog, use blasting zone on the wall. Pretty much. The fifth best weapon in the game. You're correct and incorrect.
It's the 5th best and the best weapon in the game. However, now that Frog has it, we switch from the Power Seal to the Hero Medal. Because the Hero Medal makes him crit 40% more often while using the Masamune. Frog must have some archaic importance because Frog characters across all media are technically the best. Actually, you have a good point. I never even thought of that. Might look into why that is. Here we are. Oh, true. It is because they croak and ribbit. Frog just looks up there. I'm gonna stand up there someday. I'll be on top of that statue. I do like the little bat minion that follows us around once we enter the cave. Let's see, we do it again. So this is Magus's castle. All the NPCs that appear in this room are relevant to characters in your party. Chrono's mother, Queen Lean, because Frog is here, and then Luca's father, Tabin. And if you switch characters and go back, the characters will switch to people that are relevant to whatever characters in your party. Including Luca, if you have Luca and Robo on your team. So there'll just be 2 Lucas. Okay, so you come in here. I did this in the wrong order. You come in here, check the sword, then you leave and go up to the other room, and you fight the sorcerer Flea. There we go. Oh no, our bat friend betrayed us. I can't believe it. So, interesting point. Ozzy makes a point that to fight Magus, you have to kill all 100 beasts in Magus's castle. If you fight every fight in the castle at least once, it equals exactly 100 monsters. You don't have to fight them all, but there is exactly 100 monsters to fight in the castle. So I'm going to go get Slash out of the way first, because his fight's not nearly as bad as Flea. Also, for those of you who are musically inclined, Slash, Flea, and Ozzy are a direct reference to exactly who you think they are. Same thing as before, just hit them with magic and they fall over. Exactly right, those hollow notes, you got it. I would have also accepted Simon Garfunkel. So we also have to fight Magus's 3 lieutenants, Slash, Flea, and Ozzy, obviously. Slash is known for being a swordsman, Flea is a magician, and Ozzy is just a huge fat coward. This fight can be challenging and casual if you're under-leveled or haven't really been gearing up correctly. He grabs the Slasher, which is what that sword is called, because he named it after himself because he's arrogant as hell. I will say he does have a sick leap attack. It's better than Frog's. Yeah, I should kill him. He jumps better than Frog does. Oh yes, his counter, yes indeed. He does that if you hit him while he's under half of his HP in the second phase. Which means he's dead. Hey, Chrono got a level. So killing Slash makes him leave a save point and the Slasher behind, which is the best possible sword you can get for Chrono at this point in the game. Their treasure is a barrier, it's not worth getting from them. If you interact with the NPCs at this point, they'll make the same commentary they would have made if you walked through them before, but then summon a fight. There she is. Or there he is. There's Flea. So Flea is actually really interesting as a character because Flea is the first trans character I think I ever saw in a game, much less a Japanese Square game. Frog calls her a woman, or calls him a woman, sorry, which Flea corrects. It's because Flea, if this sprite is the thing here, Flea has a bust. Like, Flea has a chest, you can see it in the side shot here. But he considers himself a man, despite having a female body. And his comment about it here is, who cares what my gender is, I just want power. Like, it's a trans character and a positive portrayal of a trans character. It's not like they're not making fun of him for it, other than Luca's shock that it's actually a male. But he's just like, what? I want beauty is power, or power is beauty, and I want power. That's all that matters. Who cares what gender I am? Power equals a thin waistline. It's true. I'm incredibly weak because my waistline is like big. Fortunately, Flea is actually not that strong, so this fight goes a lot faster than Slash's did. Tall blonde bounty hunters are very powerful, and a weakness of mine. She drops a magic tab. Excellent. And now that we've beaten Slash and Flea, we are allowed to proceed into the rest of Magus's castle. Oh no. Tab Soda. I do remember Tab Soda. That was from my era. So there's a little workaround that I'm going to show, not in this hall, but the next hall that's similar to this. That's kind of hilarious. Because these fights you can run away from. The fights in the second hall, you cannot run away from. However, you can skip them entirely. Because in this hall, the triggers for the fights are between these two pillars where Chrono just stood. But the triggers for the fights in the second hall are actually between the statues. And since you can pass around the outside of the statues, you can just skip all the fight triggers except for the last one. Because the fight trigger for the last one is at the doorway, which you have to go through. Wow, I didn't even realize they brought back I remember they brought back Crystal Pepsi years ago, which I fucking loved as a kid. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, Crystal Pepsi. I went and bought it, popped the cap, took like one swig and I was like, oh, this is terrible. I don't want this. This is good. And I threw it away. Like, I haven't thrown away a soda for years, and it was like, I can't drink this. It's like liquid sugar. It's so bad. Yeah. And he doubles the speed on him to try to catch us. And we're just like... Yeah, how's he... Yeah, pretty much. It's Pepsi, but it's Pepsi if it had 3 times the sugar and half the flavor. It's terrible. It's real bad. So the fun part of this fight is these bats and the little dudes with the mantles cannot fight you normally. The only way they can fight you is if you move while one of those little roly-polies are going by. But if you stand still, the roly-poly can't interact with you, and it just goes by and does nothing to you, and you just leave. So this is actually a really interesting part of Magus's castle. Well, not really interesting. This is an interesting part of Magus's castle because you're dropped down it. There's 6 places Ozzy can drop you, and all of them will have 4 save points in them. Only one of these save points is a real save point. One of them will teleport you out of this floor, and the other 2 are actually fights. Aha! So this is one of the fights. They have no name. The entities themselves have no names. They also have no attacks. You can. When I was a kid, I just left this running for like 3 hours just to see if they do anything. They don't. They have no attacks. It's a fight where you just get to beat their ass for free, and they're worth a shit ton of XP for this point in the game. But the way this effectively works is wherever the save point is, the opposite end of the save point will have the exit to get out of this area. And the 2 cardinal points that aren't the save point or the exit will always be fights. So run across from the save point, you get out. Damn, almost got it. Oh, and every time you come down here, the positions of what's where shuffles. So it's not always going to be the save point to the left, it's not always going to be fights to the north and south. They also only have like 5 HP. So I guess the teleporter's over here now. Oh, they're in the exact same place. Interesting. I don't see that happen very often. Here, and then right, and then up. There we go. Yeah, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here, and here's a hole. Same thing as before, except these guys can actually initiate fights now. By the way, there's a juggler up in that corner that I have to fight, because he was on screen when the fight started. Yeah, same thing as before. Don't move and the rollies just pass you by. This Magus fight's gonna be hilarious because I'm pretty sure I can brute force it. Oh, is that really on screen? No, he's not. Okay.
That's a crit. So the weapon Luke is currently using is the Wonder Shot, which is her best weapon in the game. And the way the Wonder Shot works is, whenever she fires, it rolls a number for RNG. That RNG can land anywhere between 200 and 2600 damage, depending on how lucky or unlucky you are. Like, can the ball not hit you when you're not working? So the reason for that is contact events in this game, which is events you have to make contact with another sprite to trigger, do not work if your sprite is not moving. So the roly-polies are effectively contact events. Your sprite has to contact their sprite to trigger the event. But since they move, you can stand still, which renders your sprite unmoving, which then renders the contact invalid. It works on any enemy that moves. So if I run up next to an enemy that's moving around and just stop, he'll just kind of walk around me for a bit because he can't actually do anything to me. But if I walk into him, it triggers the event. The easiest way to play with this little thing is when Marl is running around at the beginning of the game in the square. If you run up and just stand there, she'll run around you rather than triggering the event where you run into her. But the second you so much as shift a pixel, you'll hit her and knock her to the ground. It's just the way the system works. Which, if you know how it works, allows you to exploit. Nope, you're out of minions, Ozzy. Okay, so this is the hall where the contact triggers for the fights in this one are where the dragons are gazing. So if you just run around the outside of the statues, you don't do the fights, except for this final one. Because it's on the stairs. Hey, I did quad 9. Nice. Are all the statues fights? Yes. If I pass between the gauges of 2 of the statues, it will trigger a fight. And there's 4 fights total in this hall. You only have to do the final one if you run around the outside. Time to fight Ozzy. So, Ozzy is the first fight in the game where you have to do something other than fight the boss. Because hitting Ozzy directly will trigger, does very little damage and triggers a counterattack. So instead, you get these little things around his arena. You have to unfortunately kill them in order, so you can't like jump to the one that actually ends the fight, but it doesn't take too long. And it's over. And then Ozzy fucking dies. Alright. Time for the final, not final boss. So I said before that Masa and Mune are the first like wall boss in this game. They're the first boss that's going to give casual players any kind of challenge. Magus is the second. Also has the coolest fucking intro in the game. Like, as you approach him, the fucking flames kick up around your feet. Oh no, he's T-posing at us to assert dominance. Magus probably has the best boss theme in the game, like hands down. To the point that I'm not even advancing this cutscene. His dialogue advances automatically just so they can time the music to his fight. Alright. So the way Magus works, and probably isn't going to work for very long, is when you hit him, he does a spell. You did Shadow, you piece of shit. Only magic of the type of barrier he's using will do damage to him. And he keeps using goddamn Shadow. I don't have Shadow damage. Because this is the actual Magus fight. The fight of Magus versus Frog is just a special ending. The actual fight against him is your group together. Trying to film a Lorelei commercial. Stop picking Shadow, you piece of shit! I have 3 elements and Shadow is not one of them. Thank you, God! If only I had the robot to help me. Alright. So now that he's actually lightning, Chrono can hit him with lightning and actually do damage. A special thing is if you have Frog equipped with the Masamune in this fight, and Frog hits him with a melee attack using the Masamune, it lowers his magic defense by 10%. Because he's actually weak to the Masamune. Give me fire, I'll end you right now. Okay, we're good. If you get to the point where you can hit him with an attack and he doesn't counter in some way, you've reduced him below half his HP. Which means now he only has 2 attacks. Charging a spell for the next turn. In fact, I'm just going to let him do this because I'm going to kill him in 1 attack. And then his ultimate attack. And he'll just repeat charging a spell and then using his ultimate attack until you kill him. Figured I'd let him get it off once so you can see what it looked like. It ain't gonna do nothing to me. This should do it. Mode 7, and yeah, they really utilize the Mode 7 in this game, like, really well. And that's Magus. Don't wake up on me now. Well, he summoned him. He lives in the inner earth. So yeah, you beat what you think is supposed to be the final boss, and then Magus is like, no, I didn't create him, I just summoned him. He's existed before me. And then you get this twist that the game isn't actually over. Mode 7. Mode 7 is a... Let me see if I remember how this works. Mode 7 is effectively a rendering style used by the SNES that allows them to create pseudo 3D effects. Like, when you go through a time gate in Chrono Trigger, that little, like, wave thing, that is Mode 7 effects. Or if you've ever played Secret of Mana, when you're riding Flammy, like riding Flammy around and doing the overworld stuff, that's also Mode 7. Oh, Luft? Yes, I do. For specifically
one fight in the game, I use Isla and Frog Squash and Dino Tail, and that's the first Zeal fight in Ocean Palace, because she uses Halation, which reduces everyone's HP to 1, and the damage of Dino Tail and Frog Squash is based on the difference between your max HP and your current HP. So if she uses Halation, you can just start hitting her for 5 grand with each use of the attack. With those 2 attacks because you're at 1 HP. And it makes her fight just an absolute joke. Best girl's back. So Isla's explanation here is effectively, she went to Mystic Mountain, we were all passed out there. She's not even sure why we were there, but she saved us. So I'm going to do one more thing before I go, because the ending's unlocked now, I can go get the next ending. But I'm going to get Isla first, because I want my main team. I don't want Frog. So I'm going to go do the mini dungeon to get Isla, and then we can go get the final ending for the stream. Yep, time to give Dactyl. Effectively, Kino just came in and said, hey, I was trying to secure the means to go get Azala in this once and for all. And he runs in and goes, yo, these other village is burning. And he's like, shit. And you come over here and you see the burned village. So I'm going to once again do the fade out bug, because this cutscene up here is actually like super long. So I'm going to skip. Oh, there we go. Then we come up here, there's a second cutscene where Isla's... I would skip this one too, but this is where Gib Dactyl comes from. So I'm just going to let this one play out. Effectively, the old man blames Isla for the reptiles finding the village, which is not wrong because they followed her back. Old man breathed but dead inside. Gib Dactyl! There it is! Need Dactyl. Gib Dactyl. Need Dactyl. Let's go with that. Gib Dactyl! I fucking love it. Like, this was a meme through the casual playthrough when I did it a few months ago. It's just Isla, any solution is Gib Dactyl. Gib Dactyl. Problem with time, Gib Dactyl. Alright. So now we just have to do this little mini dungeon up to the Dactyl's nest, and then we'll have Isla permanently. Yeah, we named the epoch DACTL, I think? Dactyl? Oh no. Give her my Dactyl. Get chili cheese dogs. I actually had chili dogs yesterday, and I'd kill just to have more chili dogs. I have a problem with chili dogs. They're too good. Ship, Dactyl. Sword, Dactyl. Dactyl, Gib. Gib Dactyl. Oh, yeah. So that leads to when Dalton puts the wings on the epoch. Isla going, Dactyl fly? Yep. Isla and Kino's firstborn, Dactyl. Angel with ground beef and olive oil. That's pretty good. That sounds delicious. While you can skip most of the fights on this mountain, there are 3 mandatory fights you have to do to move forward. Isla legally changed her name to Gib, so she can name her firstborn Gib Dactyl. Note that not at all ominous glowing red star in the upper right corner of the sky. It's a full moon from SMT. Generic creature sound the dinos make, yeah, nice little screech. Nope, that's our crew, and that's who we're going to be rocking for the rest of the game. Alright, time for the final Lavos fight for the stream. Robo's alright, but Isla better and Luca broken. Alright, I'm going to save it here just so when I reload next time I don't have to go back through the canyon. Orb. It is the orb. It is the sky orb. You must ponder the red orb. Oh yeah, like, I've said this multiple times. Like, not only is the music incredible in how it utilizes the sound chip, but the sound effects too, like, all over the place are just... They're crisp, they're clear, they make the noise they need to make. It's pretty wonderful. Yes. Pretty sure Isla's already in her normal gear, so we can just go straight for Lavos. I should double check. Yep, okay. Frenzy Band. Red Dot's an overly enthusiastic shooting star. I mean, you're not wrong. That's closer than you think. Could just be Kirby, that is true. It's just Kirby riding in on a warp star. Last thing the dinosaurs hear before he hits the planet is POW! Yeah, Isla, you hump that ground. I will say Isla probably has one of the best battle poses for this fight. In that she does her jump kick animation and then just pauses in the middle of the jump kick when they're doing the transition between the heart and the core. You're not wrong, Luft. They are similar in a lot of ways. This is just Kirby's final form. Now, we just wreck the fucking place because I have my full team. If we had let Lavos evolve beyond the core, he would have just become Kirby. Lavos, it's 4 AM. Time for your time-distorted beating. And that's why Isla's important. Because since she has the Frenzy Band on, anytime Lavos does something to her, there's an 80% chance she'll counter, which does even more damage. Exactly. Probably notice this fight's going a little faster than it has in the previous times. Because Isla alone puts out about... oh, sweet. Because Isla alone puts out about 3 times Marl's DPS. And counter. Like, at this point, it's not even worth using their triple tech Gatling kick because it does less damage than the 3 of them attacking individually. Kick him right in the eye. I've always kind of loved that when you use the AoE attacks, everything kind of concentrates on Lavos' core as the point of origin. Like, Flare goes into his core and Luminaire comes out of his core. Isla just runs up and starts kicking him in the eye. The concept of regular attacks outclassing skills in JRPGs. Oh yeah. Like when you build a character a certain way, or you just have a character that's like melee inclined, and she's like, yeah, no, the basic attack and the corresponding crit is better than anything you could do with the skill. Why is Lucas so good? Because her magic stat is the highest in the game. Oh hey, we killed him before he got his ultimate attack off. So that's proof we're actually going faster. So the great thing about that too is in the... Actually, it's in this version. Up there she goes again, hitting the floor with her pelvis. I do like Chrono's pose here as well. Like, he has the wind blowing through his hair with the sword drawn back. And Isla just pauses in her fucking jump kick pose. But, at level 99... So Isla doesn't use weapons. Isla just uses her fists. Her weapon is literally called Fist. And at level 30, 50, and 80, she gets different fist weapons. Like she starts out with Fist, and then she gets Copper Fist, Iron Fist, Steel Fist, and then at level 99, she gets Bronze Fist. Bronze Fist is the weakest of the 4 fists. It's the weakest of the 4 fists because it gives you no damage. Like, its attack power is 0. But if she does a crit, her crit is guaranteed to do 9999. So her normal attacks are really weak, but her crits do max damage. And Isla crits a lot. There. Almost the 7th hour in a row you've shown us your final 4. Can you increase the crit chance? Not in the original game. In the DS and PC versions, there is an accessory that increases your crit chance. Which, of course, I threw on Isla the second I got it. Technically, Frog's hero medal increases his chance to crit by 40% if he's using the Masamune, but that cannot be used by anyone else, so I don't really count that one.
I need to stop using group attacks. I think between Isla's counter attacks, Lavos is like one step from dead right now. The center bit is. Oh, here comes Dreamless. Okay, perfect timing. I really read up that there's just something cool about Magic that's just raw force expanding out. Yeah. Have you tried running CT speedruns? So, I thought about that for a long time. Is if I ever did a speedrun, I'd want to do Chrono Trigger, because Chrono Trigger is the one I know the best. And very specifically, I would do the 100% glitchless that Wexel created, because I'm not a big fan of trying to do like frame execution or RNG manipulation. I want it to be pure skill based. And I thought about it. I've never actually tried it, but I've thought about it. It's just one of those things where like I have a 9-to-5 job, so I don't really have a lot of free time that isn't dedicated to new games and stuff. But if I ever did a speed run, it would be Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. It's such an interesting thing. Time travel in this game works that there are 6 eras to travel between. Prehistory, the magical world, 600 AD, 1000 AD, 2300 AD, and the end of time. And effectively, when you travel between time, you're just traveling between those 6 ages and affecting events in that past. It is a single story, or is a single thread timeline, meaning there's not branching things. If you affect something in the past, it affects the thing in the future. There's a single branch. And this game probably did it best in that there are multiple things throughout the game where if you fuck with it in the past, it fucks with it in the future. Like, there's a treasure chest you can loot in 600 AD, and if you loot it in 600, it's also looted in 1000 AD because you looted it 600 years ago. Why would it still be there? Like, it follows proper timeline rules. And we're done. Back to the Future is amazing. I love that movie. Even the third one. The third one's the weakest of the 3, but it's still a good movie. Yes, you can. There's actually 2 reasons to do that, Vice. One is, if you check the chest with the powered-up pendant, it literally warns you, hey, something inside's reacting to the pendant. Do you want to take it? And you go, no, I don't want to take it, actually. Then you go into the future and take it from the future, and it's a powered-up version because you checked it with the pendant and didn't take it. And then you can go into the past and take it again because it still exists in the past. Ran this one, you run all endings, PR only base ending. 100% glitchless is just the base ending. 100% glitchless is doing all the Faded Hour events, side quests, and then just beating Lavos and getting the default ending. All endings would be like a 10-hour speedrun, so I don't think I'd ever do that. The only other one I may consider, but probably won't, is the quick percent, which is using Candy Skip. Candy Skip is so inconsistent that I just... I'd rather... If I wanted to speedrun something, I want it to be something I could show off the whole game with. Which is why I do 100%. I think this is actually the first use of the Millennial March music in any of the endings. Because normally you don't hear this unless you get the last ending. Chrono the dinosaur. So yeah, the basis of this ending is we bailed on stopping Azala's plans, the dinosaur leader. And so since we never stopped Azala, the Reptites won, and all of history evolved based on the Reptites instead of the humans. But Chrono gets to be purple because he's the main character. When's Chrono Cross? Fucking never. So, little something about me. I have played Chrono Cross in my life 4 times. I have never beaten Chrono Cross. Not because it's hard, but because when I get to the boss Fate, I stop playing after that boss fight. Because I get so goddamn bored of the game, I just give up after killing Fate. I've done it 4 times in my life. I've played up to Fate, beaten him, and been like, I don't want to play this anymore, and just dropped it. Because I know the final fight. I know how it goes. I've watched my friend do it, and how to get the real ending, you have to line up the fucking elements in a certain order. Have I played any of the Breath of Fire games? I have beaten Breath of Fire 1 through 5. I love the Breath of Fire series. 3 is my favorite. In fact, I was actually thinking about doing 3 at some time on stream. But yeah, I've beaten 1, 2, 3, 4, and Dragon Quarter. I've beaten Dragon Quarter. 4's pretty good. 4 I actually beat for the first time a couple of years ago. But yeah, 3 is the one I will forever go back to. No, I don't have to play Breath of Fire 6, nor will I ever play Breath of Fire 6. Fuck that, and fuck everything that has to do with it. I will play 3 twice instead of 6. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about Breath of Fire 4. Is it has some cool mechanics, but it just feels like less effort was put into it than 3. Also, 3 has the Dragon Gene system, the best system in the fucking game. Or in the series. Nothing compares to Dragon Gene mixing. I will check out Azure Dreams. I'm actually going to look into that after the stream. And speaking of, that's the end of the stream. I actually went 35 minutes longer than I usually do, but it's Chrono Trigger, so I don't care. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everyone who followed. I will be back next Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST, as usual. That's my usual start time. I will be doing the rest of the endings for Chrono Trigger, so if you want to see the rest of them, come back at 8 p.m. EST. Hope you all have a good night. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I will see you next week, hopefully. Oh, before I go, I really need to get used to doing this. I'm going to find a raid target, because I should be raiding people. See who's on. Actually, since we were talking about Dread earlier, and I raid him a lot, I'm going to raid Oats and Goats. He is a Metroid Dread and Super Metroid speedrunner. I think he's currently 2nd place world record for Dread. So I'll send you all over there. Have a good night. Thanks for this. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and see you later.
Although there are innumerable ways for one to die, our danger-seeking prince has come to know a sizable variety.
Oh no!